Good morning, guys. Okay. Is that in focus? No? I have no idea. Let me get the live audio started. Sorry for the slim DD this morning. I had an appointment, so I just got back home. Fucking nightmare. I had to wake up at like 6 a.m. And then I was supposed to be like the first appointment of the day. And this dude that fucking showed up after me went in first. I'm not gonna get into it. Prostate good? I think so. Hold on. You look like you feel like trades. I'm not sick. It was like a checkup for my insurance or something. Like a physical, like a yearly physical and some others. But I just had a physical, so I'm not actually sure what it was for, but they scheduled it. Ah, fuck. Hold on. I got a phone call. Never mind. Did you see the spike in rev contracts traded after you said bullish stuff yesterday? 312K in contracts, almost all bought at ask. Yeah, that wasn't all fucking retail. Some of those orders were quite large and had nothing to fucking do with us. How do you feel about the spy heading into today? Same way I felt about the spy yesterday. It's slow, right? Like, but it's working in our favor. I mean, we're trading relatively flat, or well, within a narrow range, right? Um, and over time, more and more puts will capitulate. You just gotta wait them out. But the market's stable. I mean, we're still not dropping down to like the 3,500 range yet. My overnight spread or straddle printed again. So I'm okay with it. If the market would like to keep moving 100 basis points every day, I'd be very happy with that. Sell CCs now before Putin's speech tomorrow. Isn't that priced in already? Do you think end of the month put expiration will cause much of a move? For the 30th? Yeah, some. There are a large chunk of puts expiring tomorrow, especially on GME. Given that fucking most of the contracts on GameStop are weeklies. Thoughts on the Porsche IPO? Don't be a bag holder. Still carrying SPX puts. I bought SPX puts before close last night. 39.50s, right? I don't know. I gotta open up my brokerage. I'm not kidding about straddling SPX every single night. Did you watch the Eat the Rich GameStop story on Netflix? Of course not. First of all, Ada bits in it, so I already know it's garbage. I hope they paid him. For 36.50. I don't remember what I bought. It's not 39.50s. Whatever the straddle was I bought yesterday. I don't have my brokerages open yet. I'm working on it. It's not 39.50. It was like right at closing price. $37.30. No, 37.30s. 10 calls and 10 puts. When do you close half your straddle? Open or when direction of a move is confirmed? I mean, I feel like the gap down at market open is going to be more than enough confirmation, right? Like SPY's trading at 36 right now. 36.60. SPX is going to gap down at open. ESs are at what? They're fucking way down too. 36.92. So I'm like $40 in the money on puts. I'm just gonna sell those, right? How hard do you need to dip, walking? Are you down in like the 36.50 range? I mean, we're pretty close. We could see another test of it. Good morning. We had a look at Move lately. It's been going up for a while now. I'm assuming it's depreciating like other vol indices. Mm, that's the TVC one, right? The bond volatility index. Fucking bonds have been super volatile. I don't know. It's kind of just skyrocketing. Uh, it's already at the same highs as like the COVID crash. It doesn't look like it's coming down anytime soon. Especially if they're gonna raise rates again this year. Thanks. But what if the trend continues down? If you sell it open, you limit your profit. So generally what I do at open is I sell off enough to cover my cost basis, and then I'll set stops on the rest. So I mean, I'm not just taking profits on the whole thing right at open. Usually there's a bounce at open and you get stopped out anyway, but sometimes you don't. Sometimes the trend continues. We're about slightly out of the money 0 DTE SPX options before close. I'm trying to make money on the arbitrage. Or 1 DTE. So normally you sell both legs at the same time, right? You lock in the loss from the losing leg and you capture the profit from the winning leg, but I've been buying farther dated long calls, shorter dated puts, right? Because I expect the market to go up. And so I'm just keeping the long legs open. And the long legs are all in like very attractive price ranges, so for the most part. Don't get me wrong, I've sold off some like 3650 long side. Yesterday I sold off some of the 3650s when we were up at like 3720. Um I'm not being like overly greedy with them, but since I'm opening the calls every night and they're paying for themselves because of the drops, I just keep them open. If you can stop making people hate watch so I don't have to search for the stream every morning, that'd be great. Just like it, and then it'll move up in the thingy. Jimmy doesn't have a forced reg show date. XRT does, and forced reg show on XRT is not that important. It doesn't do a lot. I mean, it's falling during the ETF FTD period, so we'll get some additional covering, but it's a fucking ETF. It has infinite liquidity. They can get it off reg show literally anytime they want. It's only on reg show because they want it on reg show. More like capturing profits from a downturn right before close. Oh, okay. I kind of get what you mean. So you're buying 0 DTEs not at the end of the day, but very close to the end of the day. Trying to catch like volatility into the end of the day. I mean, it's super risky. If you only watch the stream on YouTube and never watch any other YouTube videos, it will always be on top. Awesome. Yeah, that's perfect. Theta Decaying Corpse. Ding ding. Okay, so right there I just sold 3 SPX contracts. I've set stops at the gap for the rest. So if the gap doesn't fill and it continues to drop, I won't get stopped out. If it continues to drop, I'll just continue to follow it down with my stop and capture profits. So I've seen 0 DTE weeklies and monthly contracts, but on SPX there are quarterlies. Oh, hold on. I gotta pull that up over here. Can you explain what these are and why they are either good or bad contracts? I mean, they're just another contract. On SPX, you don't really have to worry about liquidity. Almost every date on SPX will have tons of liquidity. So they're neither good nor bad. They're just fine. Ding ding. Jimmy doing a tiny opening squart, which is getting murdered by the SPX. Upstart down. SPX still moving down. Hold on, I'm gonna move my stop up some more. How many DT are you typically going on these straddles? 14. I've been buying 14 long side, like 5 short side. Last night I went a little more even, but I've been doing like 20 puts to 10 calls, so 2 to 1. Last night I went basically even, slightly bullish actually. Delta, my delta weight was slightly bullish. Not true. I only watch this stream to remind myself how bad a trader I am, and it's always shadow banned. Did Rev nearly squart in after hours? It started to do a thing. Liquidity is getting real dry there. It was interesting. We'll see what happens with it. Just be patient. Just, you know, when something happens with Revlon, trust me, it'll be out of the blue. I want to target here. 3686. So wait for it to drop a little more. I shed my puts. Do you have GME calls right now? I have some October 30s, 35s, and 38 75s, but I'm probably going to close them soon. I read Buffett filed for greater ownership in Oxy. I told everyone it was a good price the other day. GME getting obliterated. Sure. Any reason for this morning's dump? People are sad. Target price on the downward GME pressure. Let's see how we fare. Well, we're just below delta neutral now. Let's see if we can hold. We may hold the delta neutral range. I need to look up the SPX gamma for this morning. Net gamma, all expirations. 3655. 3635. Weakening. 3665. Okay, hold on. 3655. Okay. I think we're going to get pulled down to 3655. It looks like right now. We're just above it. Long legs are usually attractive. Good call, Gherk. Thanks, man. Where are we at right now? 3700's really call side favored. Gamma change. Ooh, that's more bullish. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna go long here. Calls. Let's go 3680, 3690, 3680. Oh, I got it. Hi everyone, storm turned away from us and our condo is saved. It would have been 12 feet underwater. I'm so happy. Hope all the other Florida men here dodged a bullet too. Uh, Everyone, buckled up, Jen. Survived the storm. Say hi. What did you buy in SPX? I'm buying a few things right now. 3670 and 3680. Zero DTE. Well, I'm just moving my puts down just under those. So right now on SPX, it looks like there's really strong put weighting at 3655, but really strong call weighting at 3660. And if it starts to move up, it doesn't really hit any put resistance until 3705. So I'm kind of looking for it to bounce in this range. Slump under 3660. You know what? I'll just screenshot it and show you guys. There we go. All right. So, see this, oh, that's annoying. Gotta move the layer on this. There we go. So this is 3655. And this is 3660. So I think we'll slump down, hit the puts at 3655. You see it kind of dies off on the put side below that. And we hit some positive gamma at like the 3640 level. So I think we'll bounce off that and then back up through 3660. At least that looks kind of good for now. That's this morning though, so definitely not a guarantee. I'm down almost 50% on my port over the past 3 months due to overconfidence. I'm now overly scared and haven't opened any positions for 2 weeks. Any tips on how to overcome this? Yeah, proceed forward with more risk adverse strategies. You know, buy rights, spreads, limit your loss, right? And so you can build your confidence back up. Don't take anything with, unlimited downside. Don't take anything with, you know, that you're going to lose max premium on. Don't take just straight directional positions, right? Straddles, spreads, buy rights, CSPs. Just stick with things that, you know, aren't going to burn you too bad for a little while so you can start to build that confidence back up again. And honestly, if you lost 50% of your port in a month, you should probably be paper trading. Pushing all the way for the low. Don't like that. 36.50. Okay. So this is a little call favored. It's not very strong though. 36.40 is very good. So 36.50, 36.40 are both gamma like positive gamma. Hopefully this is where we can see a bounce. Let me move my put stops down. I love the no news today. Just driving the markets down. All right. Let's start back down to 20. Jimmy at 26.22. Isn't there jobs or something? Jobless claims, but jobless claims are down. Bullard's speaking right now. He's a fucking asshole, so I could be part of it. Or she. Sorry. Is it she? Which one's the she? I can never remember the names and the people. Bullard's the dude, right? He's the guy with like the fat face. Brainerd's the chick. Yeah, okay. She's the blonde one. I don't know their names. They're not important people, right? And only JPow's the only one that matters. Who gives a shit if you're head of the fucking Cleveland Fed? JPow's Beyonce. Yes. Can you look at Mercedes for a moment? I would like to know your opinion. Which one? Like the OTC one for the US? Like MDGAF? You got to give me a ticker because there's like 900 Mercedes tickers. Hey Greg, I took profits yesterday. Is this a good time to buy back in or is this the turnaround? If it was the turnaround, it would be a good time to buy back in, right? You just asked this. What? Took profit? I don't even know what you took profits on. Can you be 10% more descriptive? SPY is dead. Your overt bullishness is concerning. I have puts. I don't see how my bullishness is overt. Danorama. Bear loser of yesterday's tiny rally. Just because you have a fucking green call doesn't mean you're right. If they give more speeches, will that make the stock market fixed? No. Don't do me like that, Danorama. Fucking prick. You don't have to be bullish to think something will go up. I think that's the mistake a lot of you make when you're like, oh, Gherk's bullish. No, I'm not bullish on anything right now. I haven't been bullish since November. All the bullishness in my body and soul was sucked out of me by Freg's Day. DDAIF? Nope. That's not a ticker I have. Revondo Beach? Do people not know you're a trader? I don't think so. I think people think I have, like, feelings about stocks. Or, like, because I think the market's going to rally that I'm bullish. I just want the market to rally so I can buy more puts for free. Rick has a thesis there's money to be made by playing the upside in the short term. Is that better? Yes. Less bullish now than the past 2 days. I think you're missing the point there, stocks. I was looking for an IV bump. IV is being suppressed by large amounts of call selling and put buying. On GME at least. Yesterday, a lot of puts bought. Net gamma moved down real hard into close. Also, internalization or utilization went up again. GME's still sensitive to upside movements. So yeah, if the market rallies, GME will push up. It's risky to sell covered calls right now. I'm about to get stopped out of my SPX puts. This consolidation, I mean, it looks terrible, right? It gapped down and then dropped another, like, fucking, what, 80 basis points or something like that already. Thoughts on utilization at 100% for so long? You mean the bullshit metric as described by Ortex? So Ortex's utilization metric is number of shares removed from shares available to borrow through retail brokerages, right? So I think it tracks Questrade, WeBull, Fidelity, and IBKR. I think there's another one also. I can't remember. I think there's one other data set in there. It's horseshit. It's a meaningless indicator of incomplete information. It tracks nothing and also means nothing. Ortex does not have access to prime lending pool data because they're not an institution and they're not allowed to publicly disclose that data. Institutions don't borrow at the same rate retail does, and they have far more shares available to them than we do. If they don't have shares available to them, shares will be provided. So utilization's never truly at 100%. MBGAF. And why am I looking at Mercedes? It looks really bad. At least on the daily. And it looks bad on the 1 hour too. Like everything else. I love Ortex's waterproof river moccasins. That's another story. Yeah, I mean, Ortex just charges people for fake information that they make up. And then they tweet about it to get more subscribers. There's people subscribe to Ortex for whatever amount of money they decide to pay in order to have the data at their fingertips. Realize it doesn't make them any more money, then unsubscribe, which then motivates Ortex to go out and make more fake data up so that people will resubscribe. That'll go on for, a few years until people forget about Ortex or they stop updating their platform. On the backside of that, they probably use that money to pay for good data that they use for themselves. That's a brilliant business plan. I'm in. Split like on 5 on strategically using stop losses and clip it, please. Set stop so you don't get burned. You can clip it. You got the little button. Might be sitting in the 3660s, 70s for a while today. No, I'm alright. Thanks, though. I got 10K on Fubertissimo for an average of 380. We ride. Congratulations, Visceral Record. Vortex equals bias confirmation service. I've calls and sold puts now. 1 hour meeting. Hope the market only goes up for the next hour. Why would you sell puts right now? Stop, sure, but why? It's just out? SPX seriously looks good to you? No, it looks fine. It's not crashing. Obviously, if you go out to the daily or the 1 hour, it's a pile of shit. Thoughts on Rev 8K? Didn't see it. What did they say? Also, when did it come out? New executive interim for the chief accounting officer. That's really nothing, right? No one cares about BBBY or their shitty earnings. More cat calls on this morning dip. You could if you want to. I'd prefer to buy, if I was gonna buy cat calls, I'd probably be looking more towards like 162, 160 range before getting more of them. Are you back to the don't talk to me about Bobby while under $10? Oh yeah. Thanks, Sang. Dollar's starting to drop. Dixie down under 113 again. Futures are pretty stable now. Stabilizing. Okay. HSI and Shenzhen was up. What's that Nikkei doing? Nikkei is getting the shit kicked out of it. If I could backtrack to everything. Awesome. I kind of want to buy more puts. Am I crazy? No. They're expensive. Have you commented on all the crime occurring market-wide today? I haven't. What do you want to know? Thoughts on GME going into early mid-October. Slow climb back towards the 30s, slow trend down, or consolidate here. I mean, we have a lot of stability in this price range. No one's buying calls. Ooh. $36.41. Nobody's also nobody's buying that many shares. So GME is just kind of boring right now. Pretty big support for SPY at this level, yeah. Should I cut my October 7 3750 Cs? Why didn't you sell them yesterday when they were definitely up? Other half of my overnight strangle. Oh. You're probably okay. Or at least you can sit on them for a couple more days. How much cash are you spending per night on your straddle? It's like 80 to 100K. Depends on how good a pricing I get. Are you still in cat calls? Yep. SPY gonna touch that 52-week low and then bounce up. The problem with that is there's no puts in that range. Like there's just really no contracts down there at all. We'll need to see some like actual sell-offs if it's gonna drive down to like 35, 50. I want it to. It would be way more stable on the bounce if it did. But right now it doesn't look great. You think we'll see 355 today? No. At least not yet. Dixie's still dropping, so that's gonna create a bit of a turnaround. Looks like NASDAQ is mostly starting to stabilize. R2K is starting to stabilize. Dow is too. ES are gaining back a little bit of ground. Like the S&P mini futures. Bonds are still down a little bit, but they might bounce here in a second. 5-year T-note, almost at resistance. It's got a little more room to move down. Pound's moving up. Yen's moving up. VIX is cooling off a little bit. Oh, I want to get more VIX shorts. ILAG still moving up. LUIS would be Louis. I fucking overslept. Don't do that. People who locked in mortgages in 2021 at 2.1% are sleeping like babies. Yeah, until the equity in their home starts to drop. There's always a trade-off. Is the fact that the JPM collar is rolling tomorrow and its lower end is 3580 significant? I mean, it's not all rolling tomorrow. They start rolling it off throughout the course of the week. It is significant that the lower end is 3580 though. Was the death of Coolio the catalyst for a market crash? Unlikely. You keep my home's equity out of your mouth. 400K in 3 years, JFresh. No, jobless claims were better than expected. They beat I think the forecast was 2016 or 216,000, sorry. Came in at 193,000. Actually a pretty big drop from the previous month as well. And GDP went up. The final GDP is still negative, but up almost a full percentage point. Price index is up, which is a little bearish. Tomorrow's personal spending, first thing in the morning. Yeah, it's a lagging indicator. Which is bearish since we need more unemployment now. I mean, we need less demand. Do you think retouching 3720 is possible today? It's a 3720 is a bit of a stretch. I think you're maybe targeting too high of a range there. I pulled a HELOC out at the peak, and so my equity can drop all at once. I can borrow against it regardless. That's you're still assuming that the equity will return over time. You still in on Apple? Yeah. Yeah. I'll probably buy some more 150s today. You think we can make a bit of a run next week, or was this the relief rally? A lot of the puts that are closing this Friday. Happy 1 year anniversary to us, Garrick. I got you a promise ring. I'm saving myself for you. Thank you so much, Shaken Lakin. What my place cash during the COVID low in a vacation town. Should be okay, right? There was a low in the housing market. I mean, like what, like right at the start of COVID? That's not too bad, yeah. The market's the only thing that has gone down on me lately. The thing about positioning for possible GME FTD cycle, IV's okay now, 103%. Do you see IV going down in the next week or two? Yeah. Additionally, ETF FTDs generally don't cause a lot of like a large increase in IV, like 5 to 6%. August was kind of an exception, and even that was only like intraday, right? No, I haven't opened up any cover calls yet. Buy, hold, DRS. Thank you so much, JFresh. What a great message. What about the buy part? I feel like, the buy part of the buy hold DRS thing is a bit, it'd be cool if people did that one. It's neglected, I don't think Ivy's gone up a ton higher than that since the split either. Yeah, it has. Is Revlon ever going to recover? You mean all the way back to 660? Probably. Is Friday when you're looking to sell covered calls? Right now, yeah. SPY SPX predictions through the end of the week. Continued chop has put start to sell off. That's all it is. The repositioning can carry out all the way into next week before we get any, actual rally. Small rallies, between 3,600 and 3,750. But nothing huge. I should not have paper handed my puts now. I can't buy cheese. It's this week. Fuck. That sucks. Yeah, don't paper hand your puts. The market hasn't bounced at all, so it's pretty hard to get stopped out. Speaking of which. Cheez-Its. Uh-oh. Visa and someone else. Hey, look at Visa. Oh, from a cliff. REITs aren't doing very good right now. Yeah. Oh, back down into the 58 range. It's still got a ways to go. $55 to start DCAing. I'm up 99% on my Fubo covered calls. What do? You can just buy them back. Just like that. What date for your Apple 150s? I have October 14s and October 21s. SPY 52-week low. Yeah. That's gonna keep happening. What's the Fubo CC number for next week? I don't know yet. Mine were expiring tomorrow. I just closed them. Maybe 4. 4 is risky. I really don't want to get assigned at 4. What's pushing the SPY down if there's no bad news and no puts down here? Well, we're now below the puts. There's some sell-offs. Not a lot. Volume's starting to dry up. People do buy puts, you know. The data's only from this morning. I'm up 8% on my GME covered calls. What do? Hold them? I don't know. I bought back my 4s this morning and sold 450s. Are 450s even worth it now, though? Like, I understand getting 450s or selling 450s at 4. But 450s are like $8 right now. That's terrible. Upstart had a big candle. Uh, yeah, 1.1 million. That's abnormal. It's probably like a straddle or something. Now a good time to DCA into AMD for the long term. No. How long? Like a really long term buy and hold? I would wait until like quarter 3, quarter 3, quarter 4. Has the cure checked in yet? No. Or at least not that I'm aware of. Because swim straddles create huge volume spikes. They hedge up and down. They don't have to be they don't have to be transacted on the same exchange or through the same MM. Um, generally they're entered in separate orders, right? So one is, first they hedge one side and then they hedge the other side. I haven't been assigned to my Cat 170 CSP. Any reason why? When does it expire? GME's not gapping to 35 anytime soon. Biden doing a stimmy check bill? When? For the plebs? There's no way. More YOLO money? Do you think the FTD period could take GME to 30 or 28-29 is more likely? Um, Based on the options positioning right now, 28 or 29 is more likely. They usually don't try to suppress when they're covering ETF FTDs though. So like the initial spike can be kind of high. It's just not very long lived. And we still don't have the FTD data until next week, so just relax on it for now. We got plenty of time. You said you don't see this as a crash. What would it take to see for the SPY to crash for you? You need equity sell-offs. You need large scale selling and fear in the market. This is a controlled correction, if anything. Cat CSPR October 7. Well, that's probably why. Am I not being assigned because it's a paper trading account? I mean, maybe, but you also might not just be getting assigned because of the time till expiration, right? Like, you don't just get assigned because you're in the money. No, you can't really know that we're going to see large scale sell offs in advance. But all the institutions are mostly still up on their positions. We had an actual crash in 2020. It hasn't been that long. Yeah, squeeze on the VIX could be a catalyst for a crash. Will I be assigned to my $73 AMD CSP expiring tomorrow? Probably. Hold on. Yeah, probably. Could you incorporate how to trade more bearish strategies? They're the same, but the other direction? Could you be more specific? Is there like a specific bearish strategy you want to know more about? Just buy puts, yo. I want to know if any of that stuff has any merit, since there are sites that give us that data. Yeah, I mean, you have to trust your data source, though. It's good to be able to at least fact check it. Someone bought a block of 2.57 million GME calls. 2.57 million worth of GME calls. That's I'm watching tick size when trading SPX relative to the time frame candles. If you're day trading, yeah. It's fine. Where are you getting the tick data from, though? What would you do if you sold CSPs on a stock like Fubo? Now the stock is trading at what would be the buy-in price after premium collected. Is there a rule of thumb to FOMO? So you sold fours and now it's at your price plus premium? You just let them get assigned, right? Whatever Citadel is using? I mean, you can't trade swaps. You can use, like bear put spreads, uh, diagonal put spreads, calendar put spreads, bear call spreads. You can use neutral strategies for periods like this, so there's lots of sideways trading. When it's just like choppy and volatile, you can, use things like straddles and strangles. Covered calls. Spy bounce confirmed? No, but nice stabilization. Futures are still a little meh. And Dow's doing better than most today. Ugh. Sorry. If I put my mind to it, then I should be able to trade swaps. I mean, you can on crypto, I think. I think you can trade like vol swaps on crypto. What interests you more, Fubo $5 leaps or Rev $35 leaps? They're totally different plays. They're not the same at all. They both interest me in very different ways. I'm not sure if this makes sense, but is it possible swaps could be hiding, delaying a lot of short covering obligations? And that's why OPEX and the like hasn't been as spicy. No, not really. That's not really how swaps work. But, I mean, yes, they can use swaps to offset short covering, but they didn't generate anything to cover for like a month and a half. They just stopped shorting the stock because it was going to split. It's really not, I really don't think it's that complex. Although it seems to be very hard to explain. Next school stock video on variance swaps. Oh, Jesus. Yes, I do, ZZ, but that's because every additional condom you put on endangers the structural integrity of the initial condom that you put on. He's trying to increase his girth. They stole the split shares generated by CS and told the brokers to do a regular split. They covered their obligations for the time being with shares that weren't delivered. Just a can kick. No, it's just a split. Whoa, whoa. They split the stock correctly. No bullshit here, please. JFresh, don't you know? They've squirreled away all the stocks and faked this. What people don't understand is that a stock split by dividend really only affects GameStop and computer shares books. The DTCC still distributes it just like a stock split. Guess what? No one fucking cares. It's all crime, always has been. Or it's no crime, it never has been. $350 puts to exercise on Fubo weeklies. 350 puts to exercise. You're gonna exercise your 350 puts? Only a shill deals in absolutes. Buy hold DRS. I love how you imply that there is crime in the stock market, and yet there are no repercussions for said crime or criminal convictions, which would mean there's no crime. Innocent until proven guilty. Welcome to America. If you can show me, you know, some criminal charges that have not only been pressed but convicted, then we can talk about the crime that occurred. Yeah, Bernie Madoff did some fucked up shit, and then he went to jail for it. Getting convicted of crimes is for poors. Just get better lawyers. Exactly. But Kirk, they write all the laws. I know. Martin Shkreli did crime. Well, you're making claims, though, options to you. You're making claims that crime is occurring, but you have no proof. So there's no evidentiary support to your statement, which means your statement's bullshit. You're shouting, burn the witch, like the rest of the mob. It wasn't crime until it was proved that he committed it, though, Byronic. No, they admit no fault. They just pay fines. The SEC only prosecutes like civil issues, right? You need the DOJ to go after crime or the AG to press charges against the largest political donors in the country. It's not happening. Your revolution is bullshit. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Nobody with a job in the government has got your back. Shaq has my back. Speaking of crime, who's watching the new Johnny Depp Amber Heard hot take movie on Tubi? Oh, Jesus. Two spouses, one bed. If you're rich and you steal from the rich, you go to jail. If you're rich and you steal from the poor, that's good business. Yeah. Can you move the Jimmy chart, please? Sure. Puts are more expensive, but it seems like you would want them longer dated than your calls right now. Quite the opposite, actually. I've been buying more shorter dated puts and fewer longer dated calls. I think short term, we still have a lot of bearish price action with these like intraday dips every day and then tiny rallies. But over the next like couple weeks, I think we'll see, an actual large chunk of put capitulation, which will drive the market up. And then following that, I think the market will go back down again. So right now I'm buying lots of short dated puts, slightly longer dated calls, and then after whatever relief rally we get, however minimal it may be, I will buy more long dated puts. AMD a good buy below 60. I wouldn't buy any mega cap until like early next year, probably. Very late this year or early next year. Gurk, see that Rev 30C volume? Is that a knock? That was me. I am the gamma ramp. Congratulations, Carla. What a lot of stalkers don't understand is these funds have risk departments. Risk might be taking a fine, but simple fact is they don't typically YOLO. They literally hedge the fund. Yeah, I know. All the conspiracy in the world because Melvin got blown up in a short position. If the SEC rated your 5,000 square foot penthouse in Red Hook for pumping rig, what do? I don't know. Just give them the documents they want in discovery. Roll them out if you want to stay in the position, Sisyphus. Which we discussed yesterday when they were slightly up. Wait for them to go up again a little bit, but you're running out of time. Pick the Giga Chad and explain the reasoning. Oh, it's Jerome Powell. He has more power than the president. Thought we'd get a bump today. Oh well. I mean, I wouldn't bet on the market doing what you want it to do right now at all. It's still very, very choppy. We may get one, but it'll probably be towards like the mid-afternoon. Any data for October OPEX yet? Not really. It's still way too soon. I don't think October OPEX is gonna have much. We'll see. I mean, the hedge is still negative, but barely, right? If we get another big short after the ETF FTDs, that would be far more encouraging. We're not gonna claw out of the 36-40 range until we get something. 40% of you liked. What? Oh, the stream? Who gives a shit? Where should I look to find info on ETF FTDs? You can look at the ETFs that GME is contained in and look at their rate of failure. What are your thoughts on the movie Congo? Tim Curry with a solid performance. I think somewhere in my childhood, I got like a deep hatred of monkeys and gorillas, probably due to that movie. You buy any more October 3700s today? No. I bought some last night for 37.30. I wish I could get stopped out of my fucking puts already. Starting to look a little better. The volume's gone now, though. ETF FTD rebalance dates next week. There's no rebalance. It's just ETF FTDs. They're from the 6th to the 14th. And XRT's forced settlement begins on the 11th. %40 is a fucking great return, and it'll double your money after three trades of a cumulative trades, or basically 2 compounding trades. So fuck right off. But greed, Carl. Sweet, sweet greed. Google's getting really cheap, isn't it? Yeah, I'm thinking about buying more. I don't know what to do with Google, honestly. I don't know how much they're gonna trim down in Q3 or Q4. They're way less affected by supply chain issues than like AMD, Tesla, Apple. So I feel like I should be buying more of it at these prices, but I also kind of feel like I'm buying it for too much. It's tough. Were you talking about volume for SPX just now? Are you looking at candle size? Yeah, you can also look at put call volume on SPX. So you can look at options volume for SPX. It updates all day. How many Google shares do you have? I think I'm at like 1,500 right now. I'd like to get it up to probably like 5,000. It's just a weird DCA. Like it's hard to estimate the economic impact on Google that hasn't already been priced in. Their moat is unbelievable, right? Like they have no real competition. But that comes with its own set of risks, right? Like, you know, they could be the be party to an antitrust action, which would be very bad, obviously. I just use TA for like entries and exits. I use options data far more than I use technical analysis. I use, you know, valuation analysis. Each one has its place, but I don't rely very heavily on technical analysis. I would say like 20, sometimes 30% of my decision making process is based on TA. Sometimes it's way less than that. Especially when volatility is high, right? Like in a bull market, TA is a lot better. Right now we're in like a pretty volatile bear market, and TA is just garbage. I need SPX to test 3060 again. Think it'll happen today? I mean, no. This recovery is starting to look pretty good. We might get a pullback, but if we do, I think it's gonna be like back to the like 30, 3630 range, right? Like especially if this breaks up. Like if we move back up to like 3650 I think we're not going to pull back to the downside below 3630. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see 3600. Not at this point. I mean, a couple failures from now, sure, but it doesn't look that bad. Also, you know, a lot of things are looking a little more bullish right now. Like Dixie's starting another down, like continuation of its downtrend. Bonds are starting to recover very nicely in an uptrend, like T-bond futures. 5-year notes are stabilizing and dropping off a little bit of volatility and volume, but still moving in an uptrend. ES, NASDAQ, Russell 2K, and Dow are all like stabilizing and recovering. Pound's back up at $1.10. So that's looking a little bit better. Oil's starting to move up a little bit again. Don't forget, SPX has a lot of oil exposure. So, like a nice bar on the 5-minute on oil. Looks like it double topped, failed, and recovered on the resistance. So, I mean, the turnaround looks like it's got some support. I'd be careful trying to play 3600. That's a wide strangle, by the way. I understand trying to save money, but maybe it'd be better to trim theta. Sorry for the dumb question, but MX selling CC is more lucrative on one stock versus another. Volatility? Yeah, usually. So when you're saying a stock looks good, you're analyzing the options chain and not looking at the charts. No, it's both. You have to, you have to approach it from all the angles. And then, you weigh your analysis based on one factor or another. Like, obviously, like, you have stocks that are picking up, like, institutional interest, like Fubo, right? Where the options chain doesn't look particularly attractive, but there's a lot of stock buying going on, right? Like, people are buying shares of the company, and you wouldn't see that in the options chain. To some degree, you'll see, in the money puts being opened and exercised, but, or in the money calls being opened and exercised. But, you still have to be able to identify like accumulation and volume trends and things like that, because those aren't visible in the options chain. Remember when we looked at Jamie the whole fucking day with a single chart open? I do. It was great. Remember when Jamie was interesting enough to watch all day by itself? I remember that too. Jimmy diverging from SPY? No, SPY's going up on low volume, so it's not really dragging a lot of other shit up with it. If volume picks up on the indices, then, we'll see more active fund pressure on GME. Also, GME slipped back below delta neutral, which sucks. Even after the squeeze was off the table, GME was still interesting to watch all day. And we still watch it all day. We just also watch other stuff. A year ago, what would you say was easier to predict? Movement on the SPY or GME? Oh, the SPY. I mean, we were in a bull market. Just anytime the SPY dropped, you just buy calls. Like, it was the fucking easy. The bull markets are the easiest shit in the world. Buy calls on everything. It's so simple. Best way to grow a 10K account in this bear market: spreads, like SPX spreads. If you have margin. If no margin, buy rights. Also, depending on your level of experience, I would lean more towards like buy rights or something like that while volatility's high. You can do easy shit. Like if you want to day trade, you can like scalp VIX spikes. You scalp VIX spikes by buying puts when the VIX spikes, by the way. You don't try to catch the run up. No margin, very basic understanding of options. Probably buy rights. Buy rights or CSPs. Get a better understanding of options. Don't trade spreads on SPX if you don't know what you're doing. Although it is hard to lose money that way. But you don't have you would need margin. Squirt me Rev. Oh shit, Rev at 536. Could the run yesterday have been put repositioning to later dates? Sure. It wasn't, but sure. I mean, there's put buying consistently going on. It's just that the put selling outweighs it. Are you still in Upstart, averaging down? Yeah, also buying further out. I already had December and January positions, but I've been building up a November one. Um, the market's not really doing what I wanted it to do this week, so I'll probably be rolling out the last little bit of whatever I have left in October shit into November at the end of this week. Buy rights are buying 100 shares and selling a covered call on them. Yeah. You generally want to look for stocks that you are okay with owning or you think are, on a slightly bullish trend. So you would buy the stock, write a contract, at the money or slightly out of the money, with some decent theta. So you immediately net a return and then ideally get assigned shortly thereafter. This is so fucking boring. I know. I hate the midday. How dare you, Trisha? There's nothing boring about stocks. Do you think we'll have a lot of FTD for Upstart for the month of September? I hope so. I feel the volume ratio was spiking pretty hard going into the last reported date of August, and then obviously it went on Reg Show right after that. So we know at least it continued into September 1st and 2nd. Yeah, I'm actually pretty excited about Upstart. The fact that they haven't gotten it off of Reg Show is even more compelling. Like it's fine to have an ETF on Reg Show, right? Because the unlimited liquidity means that you can clear it basically anytime you want. But having a stock move into like the Rule 204 like forced settlement period is really dangerous if you're short the stock, because you can't short the stock anymore. And if it runs, you're in big trouble. So you either have a short position there that is extremely confident, or you have a short position there that's a little bit fucked and is going to have a hard time getting out. Any good stocks to do buy rights for under $10? Um, Fubo's been pretty good lately, right? It's like what, 2%, 3% return for weeklies at the money. Pretty cheap stock too. Also very near its low, which is important, right? Because you don't want to do a buy right on something that's going to drop. Apple's probably pretty good right now. Volatility is pretty high on it. It's trading way below its normal range. It's below Vega neutral, which is really bullish if we get a turnaround in the market. What else? I don't think you can do Tesla. You may not be able to do Apple actually. Um, Under $10. How's BBBY? Ivy got crushed today, right? Oh, I forgot to sell naked calls on this last night. Wait, when's earnings? When's their god awful earnings? Is it tomorrow? Ugh. Jesus fuck. Nope, it was today. That's an How did they have even worse fucking earnings than they had at their call? It's so fucking bad. Uh Alright, let me see. So buy rights on BBBY are still good because Ivy's still pretty high. Um the downside of that is you'll own BBBY. So if I did buy rights on it, I'd do it with the expectation that the price of the stock would drop and I would write them into the money, right? So you buy like 100 shares at 621 and sell like a 550 covered call, right? Which nets you 20 cents per share. I didn't pay attention to the fucking earnings call for Bobby. I don't care. I don't own any of it. Why would I give a shit? Are puts worth it? Uh, the delta skew on puts isn't like fantastic. Oh shit. Revlon's mooning. Lots about Oxy at these prices. I bought some the other day. Did it move down? No. I really liked it on Tuesday. 61. 61's like okay. It's not great. I prefer sub 60 entries. Maybe look for, I don't know, crude's climbing right now. You might not get a good entry for a little while. So, I mean, I guess below 62.14 is better than trying to chase above it. It's not a terrible range. Not great, but not awful. Kind of a mediocre entry. It might be a little more risky. If I did buy rights on Fubo, I'd be able to get 10x the amount of shares as I can for Apple. I don't think I can afford 100 shares of Tesla right now. That's fair. But is the yield similar for Fubo? Let me look at the yields. I'll let you know. Give me a second. Apple October 14s are for 3.5%. Fubo October 14s are also, yeah, so it's the same. Tesla's better, I think. Nope, Tesla's also 3.5%. So all three of them are the same. It's just capital invested, whichever's more efficient. Probably Fubo. Those are at the money though. Fubo 3.5s might be better, but you may not. Let me look. Fubo 3.5s. 3.5s are hold on. Those are a 10% return. A little more, almost 11. So if you wanted to October 350s for October 14. 0.49. A 14% return? But you're down 25 cents. So what about $4? $4 or 2.7 or 0.27? $4 October 14s on Fubo are a 6% return right now. That's not bad. $6% return, and then if the price goes up to $4 and you get assigned, you're getting an additional 25 cents. So that's a 25.5% return. That's actually really good. Because I don't think it's that far out of the question to see Fubo, move back up to $4 at some point. And then you could just sell the shares out from under the CCs or close the CCs and then Yeah, I wasn't looking for next week. Next week's kind of garbage. I, I was looking for the 14th. Next week's okay, but you get 2% more yield for the extra 7 days. I'm not sure it's worth it. What are your thoughts on what's happening in the UK? You mean the, like, B of E's QE? I don't think they had a choice, right? I mean, DBE luxury brands are generally a little more resistant to recessions, but they're gonna have continued issues with supply chains. Auto manufacturing is not really something I frequently invest in, but I'm not sure what like the bull thesis is. Just cheap right now. Pigeon Whale, same like luxury brand, of course. Can you get that garbage BBBY off the screen? Oh yeah, sorry. Bobby not going bankrupt, planning to break even this year. That's bullish to me. Okay. Everyone's got their own approach to investing in failing companies. I understand. I just ate a Pocky one chip challenge chip. Save me. I don't know what any of that means. Good for you. How do you think that would have manifested? They would have halted trading? Apple cheap or Apple dead? I think Apple cheap. Or at least that's what my call options are saying. There's a part of me that wants to buy 145s, but I'm avoiding it right now. Do you think there's a possibility the bear market finds a bottom in the first half of 2023? Yeah, but I could see it grinding out even lower into the rest of the year. Well, maybe we see the bottom and then not a very fast recovery into the rest of the year. Let's put it that way. It's like eating a habanero or way worse. Huh. Will Jimmy ever see 40, 50, 60 again in the near term? I can see like 40. 50 is a bit of a long shot, but 60, I don't think so. 60 is like a pre split price of 240. We haven't seen a price that high since November. We'd have to go up more than 100% from our current prices. That's a bit much, especially with nobody buying any fucking calls. It is a bad habit, Iron Archer. You're not wrong. Yeah, still bullish on Revlon. Nothing's changed. Calls are cheaper. Do you think we'll find support at 2450? Maybe? We could fall all the way back to gamma neutral. Jimmy broke from SPY? It didn't. It's just down ticking with the SPY. The negative hedge is gaining some momentum though, which is not good. What potential catalysts are there for Rev? There's the bankruptcy hearing coming up. There's the fact that the free float is 3.2 million shares. Both of those are pretty sweet. How do you know they're bought? Gherkin, I'm waiting to buy Jan 35s around 50 cents. Chat, Rev Jan 35s are 50 cents. Are you still bullish? Ah, man, I know. Did you get materials, Ray? Revlon in the mail too? Yeah, I think so. I have an envelope. I didn't open it. SPY 365 end of day. That'd be cool. We'll see. This uptrend's breaking down, or starting to. It's got another level, but it's losing a bit of momentum. Significantly closer to the ask than the bid. Okay. I mean, that that estimates it, but it still doesn't tell you if they're actually bought or sold. Just look for the OI update. See if the OI remains open. They wouldn't be doing it to clear FTDs. That'd be the wrong direction, right? You'd want deep in the money calls, out of the money puts. But sold puts makes a lot more sense than deep in the money bought puts, or deep out of the money. Right? They're out of the money or in the money. Deep in the money put buying. 9.84 million, one DTE 35s. Oh, okay. Sorry. That's my mistake. Just shorting. They can't short the stock. Space. I read it out of the money. That's my bad. Yeah, in the money is just shorting. They're on Reg Show. It's a lot of money for one DTEs. Yeah, well, they want the price to go down. You need a pre-borrow agreement to short the stock, right? So either you spike the borrow rate or you buy shitloads of puts. Expire tomorrow and go up? Maybe next week. Like I said, I think Upstart's ETF FTD period could be really interesting. Because their primary ETF was reg showed at the same time they were, like on the 2nd of September. And then it came off reg show, but I'm sure there's a decent number of failures there. Yeah, like at the same time too, right? It's not a coincidence. That's not a very interesting ETF. So there's a good chance there's a lot of fails for the ETF FTD period. So I'm kind of excited for that. Was the Upstart ETF? Oh fuck, it's called bots. Is it bots? BOTZ? Bots. Thanks, Carl. Yeah, BOTZ. You think Jimmy 35 in the next 3 months? Sure, that could happen. Those all wait on. Start 35s. 5 more of those. Oil's now green on the day. Okay, so Russell 2000 futures recovering. Dow recovering a lot faster than anything else. Actually, Dow and SPX are recovering about at the same rate. Nasdaq's a little behind. Russell's kind of way behind. Oil's finding a little bit of support. What about Brent? A little better. Dixie still moving down. Ooh. Dixie's pushing against a pretty critical support level. Pound's still at about $1.10. Hmm. SPX futures recovering, but SPX dumping. Give it time. SPX futures dumped too. They're just both like SPX futures are a little bit ahead in their recovery. I think ES is at 36.50 now. Jesus, what happened to GMA? Looks like put buying. Came in late. Why the downsies market wide? Today? I mean, there wasn't any like big news. I'm starting trying to get back on the screen. Man, Jimmy's fucking net gamma is gonna be getting a lot worse. There's way too much volume on these downside moves. Let me look at something here. Lots of sold calls on GME. And puts. People are buying a lot of puts. Bear call spreads. Gross. Why is the market down? Gestures wildly at the last 3 years. You're not wrong, Fluffy. German CPI came in at 10%. Where do you get your options data from? I mean, I usually check like Market Chameleon intraday, but I wouldn't put a lot of weight on it. It's just an estimate. But most of the delta today is negative. Gamma's skewing more negative, which is another kind of good indicator that bearish bets are being made. Did you ditch your GME calls? Yep. All the shares are back in their corrals where they belong. Congratulations, Jen. Germans love a good, expensive schnitzel. Okay. Tired. Ugh. What? OPEX is not for a long time. I'm ready for SPX to rip back to flat on the day. That would be the ideal scenario, yeah. How long can VIX realistically stay above 30? I don't know. I'm buying $30 puts, but I'm buying them like 30 DTE. Ugh. How do you know when to keep averaging down on your far out of the money 0 DTEs for SPX rather than cut? Oh, on 0 DTEs, you can do either one. I mean, I have puts, right? Which I'm waiting to get full. I got stopped out on a few of them on the last bounce, but I need another bounce right here to get stopped out on the rest. So I just kept buying more calls because why not? If you're unhedged, I mean, you probably don't want to average down a lot on 0 DTEs. Unless you're really super confident in the bounce. I'm pretty confident in the bounce. I could end up wrong. We'll see. So far, so good. Have you sold CCs on GME yet? No. What if he changed his name, Bones? Yeah, I bought more Apple calls. 150s. I bought back my Fubo covered calls this morning on the drop. If it goes back above 4, I'll sell some more. But I don't want to sell any $4 calls on it. You bought more Apple calls. I bought apples for lunch. We're not the same. Oh, I really want lunch. Palantir 4.4% now? Wait, what? Palantir what? 4.4%. Oh, shit. Oh, I should sell some fucking covered calls. Hmm. Why is Palantir rocketing? All the people bragging about their GME cover calls feeling a little less comfortable right now. And I should look at this stock more often. Kind of outperforming the market. Just set an alert on that. Palantir made their first dollar. Now, if they did that, the stock could go way higher than 4%. Fours, stock is running up 4%. I should buy in. Gherk, I should sell some CCs on this. Well, I have a lot of Palantir shares, and I don't have any CCs open right now. So. Rocketing due to talk of espionage with Nord Stream 2? Why? They couldn't do anything about that. Why would you sell CCs on GME when the price is dropping hard? Wouldn't you collect more premium and risk to reward when the IV spikes? Yes, you would. That's why I'm not selling covered calls. People are selling covered calls on GME right now because they don't want to wait. Either because they can't wait or they're impatient. They don't care about the risk. There's usually about a 1 week period where everyone who doesn't want to wait to sell covered calls gets burned on their covered calls. Yeah, if you buy them back at the bottom. Right now, looks like, well, everything's great in hindsight. I mean, if I'd known we were gonna drop to fucking 26.19 on SPX today, I would have bought 20 more puts. Right? The risk of selling covered calls on GME right now is that the market maker is net negative gamma. You want to sell covered calls on GME when the market maker is positive gamma, not negative. And we almost moved positive yesterday, but there's still a lot of risk. Why? Because when the market maker is net negative gamma, they buy into the rising price, which accelerates upside price action. And tomorrow, when the 50,000 weekly puts are closed, probably in the middle of the day, that's gonna cause the market maker to deleverage. The price is rising, so the market maker is also going to be buying into the rising price. That accelerates upside price action on a Friday, which is not a good time to have open covered calls, right? You guys just think they can only fuck you on the call side, like on the long side, but no, they can fuck you both ways. So basically, we want them on our side. Yeah. You want the market maker selling calls when you sell calls. You don't want the market maker fucking long calls when you sell calls. Is the strategy of selling CSPs essentially the same? Yeah. So basically, we want to be front running the market maker a little bit. Yeah. I mean, not front running, just moving with, right? You don't want to act opposed to the market maker. You're also making markets, right? So you're making a tiny market with your calls. And then if you're doing it when the market maker's net negative gamma, you're opposing the primary market maker, which is fucking stupid, right? No offense. I mean, just it's not a wise decision. I would have, if I was selling like 5 or 6 covered calls, I would have sold them yesterday too. I don't disagree with your guys' decision to do that. But I'm not, right? I have to sell a bunch, and so I want to make sure that if I'm doing it, at least the primary market maker's hedge is to my benefit. Because if I get, burned on covered calls, I'm down like 100 grand. I do scale them, but it's still a lot of them open at once. I don't think I'd move it by myself. I could move a strike by myself. Any way to check gamma on Fubo to figure out when to sell CCs? I can check it for you. The other alternative is to sell covered calls above the flip point, but they're just not profitable, right? Like you'd have to sell them at 34 or higher, like 34.30 or higher to sell them above gamma max. Above gamma max is like truly a safe, like a safe range, but that's not profitable. So I want the market maker hedge on my side. Fubo's already above its gamma flip point. So covered calls on Fubo are safe. The market maker is net positive gamma. Safer. The hedge is on your side. I'm not gonna say safe. They're not safe, but they're safer. The split actually fucked me up because before the split, I could only sell like a couple hundred covered calls at a time. Now I have like there's so much leverage when I sell covered calls because I have to sell so fucking many of them. How can you tell when the MM is net positive or negative gamma? You have to, well, you have to estimate it, but you can use, time in sales or closing OI to determine the directionality of their hedge, or like you can determine how much exposure they have, and then you can skew adjust that based on the IV smile. To try to determine more accurately if the market maker is like short or long calls or short or long puts. And that gives you, a better idea of their positioning. There's currently no website I would recommend for looking it up. There's a couple that have data like that, but it's usually off, like way off, and everyone kind of does their own math on it, which gives it like makes it really inconsistent. And then you can't really use it. Something I should say about Fubo is you can't really use it on stocks that are very cheap. It's not very useful because it creates like a lot of weird skew, because the option strikes are so far apart, and the notion, like the amount percentage move that has to move for like hedging to occur is gigantic. SPX 3700s for tomorrow. Chances we push up through that gap. I mean, we've got a nice stable recovery here. It could break down though, or it could, gain more momentum to the upside. I think it really needs to push up more on that 650 level. I think if it can endanger the 650 level, then we might see some short side capitulation and then a little rise further up. So there's a chance your 3700s could go in the money, but what about your theta decay? High or low on Rev today, or am I tempting fate by saying that too early in the day? I don't know, we'll see. That's still very early in the day. Does selling CCs on GME provide liquidity to shorts during runs if people get burned on them? I mean, it just provides liquidity because you sell shares, right? It doesn't necessarily provide liquidity to shorts, but that's why you try to avoid selling covered calls if GME is going to run, or the market maker is actively hedging against your position. Like the stream, 2-to-1 watch the like. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. I appreciate it. I don't know what it does, but it does something. Stop gatekeeping the stream. It bothers me you refer to a curve as a smile versus parabola curve. I don't know why. You're so precise with all your other terms. It's the terminology is IV smile. That's the terminology used for it. I didn't fucking choose it. What does the quantum actually do? It's a good question. A lot of commentary on JFresh's daily penis posts. A lot of talking in circles. No, I mean we do research and analysis for stocks, right? You got to keep Dork lubed up, which is difficult. I don't know why he gets so dry. We watch Gherky ice cream sandwiches silently on video chat. Oh yeah, and we all lose money. Well, we've got to test shit, right? Don't forget all those times we were way up before we were way down. Gurk, I'm not cool, but as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's not much left. Because I've been blasting and laughing for so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. Coolio, rest in peace. For a long time, and I hate to admit this, I thought Coolio was a made up caricature that Weird Al played on stage. I didn't know that he was an actual rapper. It was only later in life that I learned that he was a real person. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I still contend that Amish Paradise is a better song. But, yeah, he will be missed. If I were Coolio, I would forgive you. Thanks, man. Hey, we broke 3650. That's cool on the SPX. Was the large downturn the hedging of the 9,000 November 350 puts that were bought this morning? Partially. Yeah. There's some bigger bearish bets on GME at the end of day yesterday and today. Like our gamma skewed way more negative. Yesterday morning it was almost like kind of even up to like $30. Thoughts on using TTM as one of the indicators to use for scalping? I don't like TTM on shorter time frames. I feel like it kind of just tells you what you want to see. And on longer time frames, you're not scalping anymore. Hopefully soon Cat also breaks 3650. I'd be rich. That's a little much. I mean, if it did, that'd be really cool. Don't get me wrong, but like, I don't think Cat's gonna break $3,600. Christopher Dixon. Cat short squeeze. Cat MOASS. Cat MOASs are like moves from 170 to 190. They're not as exciting, but they're very profitable. I cut my GME calls at the absolute bottom for the day. Where's my prize? Somewhere down there. Is XRT the only ETF FTDs you're interested in? No, but it's the one that fails the most. So ETFs can have obligations, but they don't fail a lot, right? Like technically ETFs should never fail. You shouldn't have any fucking FTDs on an ETF. We do, which is fucked up, but we do look at I know we look at like 30 or 40 ETFs for ETF FTDs for GME. It's not all of them, but most of them don't fail. Meow ass? Okay. Cat 360, Gherk shirtless. Yeah, I've got like 50 calls on Cat right now, so I'd be losing my shirt at $360 without a doubt. Revlon up 2% on the day. Nice. You saying it would just need a catalyst? Jesus fucking Christ. How much to lose the pants? What pants? You think I'm streaming this shit with pants on? Fucking pants are gone, man. Well, I'm out of my puts. I have no puts left on the SPX. Noobs. Seriously. No puts or pants. Kirk Sim like Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, or Donald Duck. Is it unreasonable to be extremely bullish on Upstart here? I'm trying to not be too bullish on Upstart, but I'm pretty bullish on it. Whoever said that joke earlier about earning their first dollar, that was super funny. It was. Yeah, Palantir doesn't make money. It's a pretty long-standing meme. One day, supposedly they will. You know what it is? They just need to build up enough like $100,000 contracts. They land contracts all the time, but they're for so little money that nobody cares. But I think eventually there's going to be enough of them, like a slow, constant push that they will just eventually be profitable. Like if you write $100,000 contract every week for 20 years, one day your company won't be in the red, right? No, they're still better than MMAT. Yeah, but I have concerns about Palantir. Like their CEO is stupid enough to buy gold. Their new contract's 1 year, 229 million. They had a few actually in the last couple months. It was more than just that. I think they had two new contracts. No, three new contracts, and then some smaller ones as well. I never touched Palantir because it was already a meme when I started trading. I bought it right away because it was a DPO, and then I sold super deep in the money calls on it right before it crashed. It crashed, and now I still own a lot of shares, but I have no cost basis on them. That's what I'm hoping for my new nonprofit. Profitable one day. Oh, buckled up, Jen. That's not how nonprofits work. We don't talk about the profits. We distribute them evenly amongst the employees, not for profit. Non-profit, right? You start making profits on your non-profit and you're going to get in some trouble. I'm not greater than ACIW. No, they both suck. MMAT, ACIW, BBBY, and AMC are all kind of in the same group of dog shit. Aider. What else do people have bags on? Let's let's talk about our bags. What do you guys got? I've got Palantir. I'm out of my Amazon bags. I'm out of O. I've got some Google bags right now. I've got Revlon bags. SST and CLVR. God damn. Snap? Hmm. I don't like this topic. It makes me cry. I'll see you all tomorrow. Revlon, SoFi, me. Okay. Me is not so bad. I don't like SoFi. 8,000 shares of Palantir purchased pre-DPO at 480. Okay, that's not really a bag at that point, right? I mean, it kind of is, but just because the company sucks, but you're up. I'm gonna go scroll through my account and see what bags I have. I have a few right now. Uh, My SCHD is a bit of a bag right now. It pays dividends, but I'm underwater on it a little bit. I think my average cost is like 70. Let's see. My Alexander's is a little bit underwater, but not in a range I'm gonna sell it, and the yield's still crazy high. But I am a little bit underwater on it. They did bump their dividend, however. Their dividend's like 8.5 now. I'm trying to think with my Google average up if I'm still not underwater on Google, but I'm not. If I buy more, I will be. Those are my worst ones. Calls aren't bags. They have theta. You can't. They just get heavier until they disappear. What's your average price on Google? I have 500 shares at 45, like 45-ish. And then I have 1,000 shares at 97. Well, 97.38. So I guess my cost basis is like 94. But if I buy more, right? Well, if I buy more right now, I'll be about where I'm at. I'll probably move up to like 90. No, I'll probably move closer to 97, right? Mo? You have bags on Mo? I know they took a big hit not that long ago, but I guess it depends when you bought it. I know they're down a bit from where they were earlier in the year. I wonder if my Altria is underwater. I'm just checking my cost basis. No. I don't have very much of it, though. I'm getting close, though. It's almost back to my cost basis. You think SPX could push higher today? Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. It's good that it's holding 36.50. Every time there's a dividend for Mo, it drops $10. Sorry, out for a week, so sure you have discussed. What's the latest Rev thought? Hello, Turd Ferguson. Rev's just doing Rev things. It's just mostly flat. Went down, a little bit out of the range it was trading in with the market. Right now, it's about on its weighted VWAP from the last, like, 5 months. This year's weighted VWAP, it's like it's right on it. So we'll see if yesterday we got like a little bounce off of it. We'll see if that holds. It's still very risky though. Are you long Upstart or just for C of Ups, then you're out? Did you write anything about it I can refer to? I kind of wrote about it a little bit, not a lot. I do think it's kind of like going to be like a one-time move to the upside, and then I'm probably out. I don't think it's a bad company, and then maybe on a return to $20, it would be a pretty attractive investment. But if it runs now, I'm gonna sell everything. I'd be more bullish on Upstart like into next year if it wasn't for the current, options chain and reg show and FTDs and stuff. So short term bullish, but short term into like the end of the year, not like couple weeks. Do you have a recommendation for a trading journal? Notebooks. They're great. Pens and notebooks are super awesome. Pencil, if you mechanical pencils, I like those. Giant whiteboards. 0.5 millimeter lead, ideally. Yeah, Excel, but it's gross. Graph paper and whiteboards are way better than Excel. Oh, no, I don't have a lot of hope for my October Upstart calls. I'm probably just going to roll them out to November. Similar strikes. I've been buying November $30, like November 18, $30 calls. But yeah, I don't have a lot of hope for my Upstart calls. I just have some time to see if they'll move up a little bit so I can sell them for less of a loss. Have you tried engineering pads? The best. What are those? I have thought about getting like one of those, like a drafting table, and then just doing all my trade, like writing down all my trades and stuff at my drafting table on like giant sheets of paper. Do it. Go buy it tonight. No, I don't deserve it. Not until the SPY hits 3,800. Then I'll treat myself to something. You're still in your AMD calls? Unfortunately. I bought more. I have 70s and 75s that I'm much more confident in. Do you still journal or are you just freewheeling at this point? Every once in a while I force myself to like sit down and kind of log everything, but much it's much more rare nowadays. I used to do it every day. Like as soon as I was done trading, I would go and write it all down, track the trades, track percentage gains, but that's just fucking boring. Before I started doing this, I had a lot more free time. I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't like having a lot of free time. But I did have a lot more free time. I didn't do anything productive or useful with it, but it was there. Idle hands are the devil's workshop, I suppose. My poor M calls. Just roll them out. Calls on it or search. Like, how many calls did you fucking buy on M? I can't. I'm just not gonna ever post any, like, cheap, shitty plays anymore. People are like, that's it, 20 grand on M. Like, why? I even in the description, I was like, here's like a shitty throwaway for OPEX. For the pores. And then the not pores are like, that's the one. Look how much leverage I can get. Yeah, you can just, well, yeah, you can just download your brokerage reports. The biggest lever that money can buy and nothing there to lift. M was the best thing you've ever given us, as it blew up emergency exit's port. Emergency exit isn't a fucking billionaire. How did he even know about it? Velvet Jupiter, stop giving your spouse fucking inside info. That's the worst part, when like non-billionaires are like, hey, I'm balls deep in on this pickles pick. What's up with it? So you got the DD like 3 days fucking later. You don't know anything about it. Yes, you would, you son of a bitch. Hazy definitely told emergency exit. I found the leak. Plug it. If I mentioned anything about pickles picks, my wife would be like, you listen to pickles? And it would be too much to explain that gherkin is not a pickle, but a person. It's just too much trouble. That sounds exhausting. And you just told me about it. I didn't even have to live it. But they're in the Dillionaire Discord. Use the drop-down menu if you don't see them. All the Pickles picks are secretly creating bag holders. Why? They all have exits built into them. This market is boring. I'm going back to crapping my pants and sweating through my sheets. Later, nerds. Did you go to the fucking doctor yet, JFresh? Go to the doctor. I went to the doctor today. It was all right. I mean, there were people there, which I understand is off-putting, but they were mostly professional. Absolutely not. I don't know what the fuck it was. I didn't schedule the appointment. My insurance company did, but I already had a physical like 3 months ago. Off-putting, not pudding. Ooh, I have pudding in my fridge. It's Madagascar vanilla bean. It's made with French cream. I also have a bottle of Ready Whip. It's not fucking tapioca. I'm not 90. Butterscotch is the best pudding. To be fair, you leaked Fubo. Yeah, but Fubo was still cheap when I did that. I told everyone about Fubo. Then the day after it ran up to $8. Then I told everyone about Fubo. So I told all the billionaires about Fubo. Then after it ran, I told everyone else about Fubo. Yeah, Fubo's still cheap. What a front runner. October 13th, Johnny. How does nobody know this by now? You guys are like, I'm $20,000 into Fubo. When's the bankruptcy date? You should have known that before you put $20,000 into the fucking dead stock. Madagascar ice cream that has French cream? Does it taste like colonization? I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. You want me to find out? Wait, Rev is bankrupt. They're in the Discord. Do you think we have found a floor on the SPY at these levels? I mean, we found support at this level. Got burned off a lot of theta here. Still no Secure. No. I hope he's not dead. Although, I mean, I prepared myself for it yesterday. How low do you think the VIX can drop in the next week? I don't know. Lower than it currently is? Is it curious fine? Oh, okay. Being dead is the worst. Probably. There's still a lot of bears. They're weak because puts are overpriced, but that doesn't mean there's fewer of them. Freddy fingers. Yeah, weak. Weak bears. You see us dropping to 3,000? Chicken littles. $3,400 is like we don't get a crash, right? Thoughts on 1021 TQQ 21C? Looking to add a little more leverage than with SPY calls, but I'm concerned tech might not bounce hard unless Apple rallies hard. I have calls on TQQQ and Apple. Should I? Probably not. But I have them anyway. Yeah, you do hang tight. Although, to be fair, you don't have to sign up to Billionaires to get them. Hazy will tell you, you son of a bitch. No, I'm kidding. I usually talk about them pretty quickly. I guess the benefit to being a billionaire would be you get to read the DD behind it and see the charting. You can't inverse me, Danorama. I'm straddling everything. Well, not anymore. I sold my puts, but I was straddling everything. Yeah. Short strangles? Sell me my straddles? Don't do that. Don't sell straddles right now. The market is very volatile. That's big dumb. Oh Jesus. I was looking to open a put on Bill back when it was 125, but I haven't yet. It's rising and it doesn't seem to want to slow down. Can you look at it? It looks like there's some resistance at like the 141 range. It moves down pretty hard with the market, so just wait for the next market downturn. Look for like 141 or 147 to enter puts. Earnings is coming up. Could be a little tricky. Their earnings have been quite good. Any hopium out there? Lost almost everything and legitimately want to die. Well, that's not fun. Anybody think this market will at least settle in the nearest future? Couple more quarters, probably. We're gonna be in a bear market for a little while. Um, it'll turn around someday, but that's probably even more quarters out. It's not 118% institutional ownership. It's just delayed 13F and 13G reporting. Probably bullish. I mean, inflation keeps coming down on used cars, so I was in it a little while ago. Before the like not the last CPI print, but the one before that, when used car inflation dropped off pretty big. That had a nice effect for them. Long term, I guess they're okay. They're kind of a shitty company. I can see people using them just because it's easy, but like using it knowing they're being ripped off. How about Fubo? Are you long fundamentally? Yes. We're gonna see some put plays on Pickles picks in the future. Yeah. I write put plays every once in a while. Stop going full bull, Kirk. Few and far between, but they're there. Yeah. I mean, I generally trade momentum, so you don't get a lot of good put momentum in a choppy bear market. If you guys want to buy puts and hold them forever, there's plenty of opportunities. It's not really my style, though. Amazon puts were nice. I should have held on to them. Yeah. I feel like all my puts this year have been pretty well timed. Both sets of Amazon puts. Except Best Buy. They're still printed. I did have to roll them once. That earnings was bullshit, though. That wasn't my fault. That was complete fucking nonsense. Yeah, they barely printed, but I did like come out even. There wasn't a loss. Negative earnings up 10%. Amazing. So hey guys, we're gonna have the worst year ever. Buy our stock. Do you ever think about the time you read Shids and Fards Ko-Fi? No. I'm very good at compartmentalizing things. Somebody make a BBBY AMC song, but to Poison by Belle Biv DeVoe. November 70C or October 65C for AMD. Why not both? I have Novembers, but October 65s could be kind of fun too. I'm wondering if you're confident in a market bounce at all, or are we just going to see more downside? It's not really like I'm not really confident in conditions in the market that deserve a bounce. Like I'm bearish long term, but I think we're gonna see, you know, like another bear rally. Too much stagnation. So if you have some time on your like calls on the market and you're not betting that it'll rally like to 4,000 or something crazy, then yeah, I think you're perfectly fine like swinging the upside. I've done a bunch of value plays. I mean, some of them realized that value a little too fast, but I've done a lot of them. Campbell's Soup, uh, X, X went up really fast. So did BTU at the time. But they like even if they rally like right after I write about them and you sell, when they go back to the level they were at, they're a good buy again. Yeah, Fubo is a value play. Any reason for Macy's to dive like that? No. We want fast money. Yeah, but that's not always a great idea. Sometimes you don't want to miss out on the slow money. Are we close to the MM flipping the hedge? No. Not unless the market rallies. Otherwise, they're going to just try to keep the hedge negative. I'm sure you've seen the 139,237 50 Cs for 123. Yeah, what about him? On GME? Those are just the 950. Those are like the volatility hedges. Those and the like 50-cent puts or whatever they're at, 25-cent puts. I'm saying have a few, aim them at poors and noobs while they learn, keep them safe. I mean, I have them, but poors and noobs are the most likely to YOLO into fucking out of the money calls. They're not the ones seeking safe investments, right? That comes with being burned a lot. BlackRock owns shares and everything for the most part. Did we miss the window for decent CC entry on GME? I mean, for me, there hasn't really been a good window. If you're selling a few of them, yeah, you missed one, but there'll be another opportunity. Don't forget, trading's good for building capital. Long-term investing is good for growing capital. Or like, well, yeah, like growing wealth. Is the market going to rally today at some point? I don't know. We're holding the uptrend. Barely. That's on Upstart. Bull put spreads. 20% out of the money for next week. 20% returns. It seems solid. Puts are pretty well priced on Upstart. I sold more this week at 20. That was decent. At what point to the downside do you cut your calls? I'm not really cutting any of my longer dated calls on SPX. They're all within they're all from 3650 to 3750. And I have them all the way out till November, but yeah, I'm probably not cutting those at all. If you had mostly cash and don't play options, what would you be buying long right now? I really like Fubo. I like Google a lot right now at these prices. That's about it. I think I don't hate TLT, but I think you could get it cheaper quarter 1 next year, Feb next year. I wouldn't be buying SPY or anything like that right now. Lower I'd DCA, but yeah, that might be about it. EPAM? I mean, I'm long EPAM right now, again, but it's still hard to get options on it. Shares, yeah. What's up, Gaff? Boyle good for the medium term, or is it still too high? How's it looking? It's starting to look okay. I mean, you could DCA here. I wouldn't do a lot up front, but I would add more if it really starts to stabilize. Getting close to winter. I can't imagine natural gas prices are going to get worse anytime soon. Or much worse. I sold some CCs yesterday and missed an opportunity to buy them back earlier in the dip. October 7, 27's on GME in danger, you think? Yeah, they could be. A little risky. But you might get the theta decay to protect them. Google shutting down Stadia, refunding all customers. Huh. Yeah, I don't think anyone cares about that. I don't think Google cares about that. It has nothing to do with their profits, right? It's not gonna hurt them or their bottom line. Not if they keep blowing up natural gas pipelines. I think BTU is still my favorite energy play, but there was an opportunity to get in on it the other day. Today it's down a little bit, but not much. I really like BTU sub 20. I bought a bunch of that. The problem is it really doesn't stay sub 20 for very long. And you may not get another entry that low again. Yeah, BTU's Peabody Energy. If GME did a $1 cash dividend, man, how hilarious that would be. Are they going to follow it up with a share offering? Puts on VIX. I bought some earlier after the big drop this morning. It hasn't moved down that much though, right? Yeah, barely. Big head and shoulders on the SPY. On the 1 minute? Sure, it could be. Bitcoin ETH skyrocketing. Okay. Cash dividend. I'm waiting for my NFT that will disrupt the entire market. State of New York planning to adopt California 2035 EV mandate. It'll pass too, because no one in New York cares about cars. I have a car in New York and I don't even care about it. Thanks, Gaff. Hmm. Any reason for the M dip? I mean, the market's down. What the fuck do you expect? Do you have any interest in GME November $40 calls? No. Interesting. I feel like this consolidation's bullish. Hmm. On SPX? Yeah. Like on the short term, it doesn't look good at all, but a little longer, it looks better. Or at least like it'll bounce off this trend. It's definitely a double bottom. It's the 1 hour? Let's see that. That looks a little less good. There's 139,000 open interest on Jan 23, 237.50s in GME. And those have been there forever. Tesla's just holding SPY back? No. Not by itself. Wouldn't haircut? I don't know. I don't like people touching my head. Especially you. What are the signs of a trend reversal on Henkei Ashi candles? Are increasing wicks and change in volume the only indicators? No, there's other indicators. The wicks will flip. So, volatility of price action moves to the upside. That and a shift in volume, obviously. How to get a refund on NYSE? I need to feel hair again. My wife has really curly hair and hates when I play with it. I need this, Girk. Can't we just get you like a toupee, Carl? Like a good one. We'll get a good one. Or we'll do that thing Elon did and we'll clone your hair follicles. We'll give you your hair back. Yeah, just pet JFresh. He likes that. He's sick though. Don't care what he has. If both of you are under the weather, I'm gonna have to use Excel myself, and that sounds terrible. Will RC ever tweet again after BBBY? Probably not. Hmm. Net gamma, all expirations. No. Change. I get back over 650. Looks good. God, it's so dead. I'm just gonna trade futures so I can get some fucking volume. You know, everyone spends way too much time trying to predict a crash. Holding deeply red SPX 0 DTEs. How do you calculate now where to cut or average down? Oh, you should have cut them a long time ago. This would be probably a good time to cut them. Do you have puts or calls? Neither one of them's particularly good if you bought them after like 10 o'clock this morning. I just got stopped out of mine. Oh. I mean, I had puts into this morning, so I bought calls in case the price rocketed back up. I stopped out of the puts already. I still have calls. $6.35 again. Second test of that today. 5-minute head and shoulders has me concerned. It's already done. Yeah, gonna break down now? Probably. It definitely could. Fubo back to 235? I fucking hope so. I'll be buying a lot more of it if it does. Fubo greater than Rev? Do you consider it a safer play? I mean, I don't know if there's a riskier play than Rev. There's no safety in buying Revlon calls or options at all. There's no safety in selling CSPs. There's no safety in buying long calls. Even owning the stock is dangerous. So you could compare risk in Rev against almost anything, and Rev will be more risky. It's pretty like all or nothing. It's not as risky as your CERN puts. Popcorn trader. What price is the gamma flip on GME? 25.19. CERN hurt me. That was a weird gamble that people really stuck with. Well, not people, just you and Popcorn Trader. I saw you guys in there in your little channel working each other up about it. To be fair, I mean, that whole deal was kind of bullshit. I mean, Ellison just really wanted CERN, right? He wanted it so bad he was gonna buy it for way more than it was worth. Why are people under the impression that Fubo is back to all-time lows? Hasn't it just been pulled down by the market after doing some serious ups? Yeah, but they bought at the top of the serious ups, Edwin. So they're in complete financial ruin now. Thoughts on PayPal? It's cheap. I don't know about a buy and hold. The problem is I bought a half lot of PayPal at 192. Oh, so you just want me to like confirm your bias? I think covered calls are okay on it. Like, isn't IV pretty high? Jimmy almost sub 100 again. What do you think Jimmy could trade at during a recession? We're in a recession. 2502. Please define recession for us plebs. Like the textbook definition? Two consecutive quarters of decline in a country's like real GDP. In the US, it's defined by the National Bureau of Economic Research, NBER. They just decide if it is one or not. In EU, I think it's defined as zero or negative growth for two successive quarters. In the UK, it's negative. It's also negative economic growth for two quarters. But it's just a decline in economic activity. You know, you could look these things up on Google. No, the Fed doesn't determine it. NBER determines it. It's a small nonprofit organization in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It's not nonsense. It's NBER, National Bureau of Economic Research. Oh, I hate our economy and our markets right now. I hate them too. Nice. If you expect the SPY to come down in the next few months, is it worth it to wait? Just because the SPY comes down doesn't mean that Google's going to come down a lot more, right? Obviously there'll be opportunities to buy it cheaper, but you could miss them. They may be sudden. If there isn't a crash, you know, this is a relatively very cheap price for Google. And their revenue is not super affected by like supply shock, and so you know they're a little bit shielded from some of the negative economic factors we're experiencing. Most underrated John Hughes movie? I have no idea. I guess 37 is kind of unrealistic foe today. Yeah, but if I sell my calls right now, or like my 0 DTE calls at least, if I sell my 0 DTE calls right now, it's going to rip to 37.30. I'm going to be super pissed. It's still kind of early in the day. Do it for the rest of us. Fuck you. I'd rather hold them into close, OG rules. I'll exercise them. I hate that my wife wants me to pull money out of my DGen plays. Now that I'm having to sell risky cover calls and give up my premiums to keep her at bay. Advice? Don't get married. It's pretty good advice. Marriage sucks. Why would you ever want to spend all your time with the same person? I mean, it's already a slow bleed kind of crash, right? There can be a tipping point in that, but right now it's just a slow bleed. Slow bleeds of big rallies. Slow bleed equals soft landing, which they're shooting for, right? Yeah. We've had several of them already. Don't get married and spend all your time with the same person. Better option, start a culture and spend all your time with the same 100 people. Is that a cult comment? Nice. What's your worst case scenario for the SPY? 200? I mean, you need like an actual crash to hit those levels. We're not there yet. If we continue this into early next year without a real crash, I could see like 34, 32, 30, maybe 3,000. Close to 3,000, not quite, but close. If we get a serious crash, who the fuck knows where the bottom is, right? Like you never know on a real crash. Do you think a SPY 385 1021 is too far out of the money with 3 weeks of theta? Yeah. I mean, if you're buying it at the bottom, you'll probably see value in it if we rally to like 37.5. But for it to go in the money, that's pretty unlikely. Rev announces Christine Chen as interim chief accounting officer and controller. Yeah. There was an 8K on that. I mean, they need one of those. So after the other dude was gone. What do you think happens if the government doesn't pass a spending bill and shuts down tomorrow? Oh, are we doing that again this year? Boring. Rev borrow rate went up 0.9%. Exciting. Just like the railroad strike. Yeah. Another thing for the news to talk about. This just in, our two political parties do not agree with each other. That's crazy talk. Ugh. Is it 2 o'clock yet? No. Do a vote. Will RC tweet in September? Who gives a shit? I don't give a fuck if RC tweets or not. Why would I care? I'm definitely not going to do a poll about it. What a what a useless thing to speculate on. Yeah, I know, JC, but I'm okay with it. And now they are so safe again. Congratulations, Tankerific. They weren't safe. Do a poll. Will Revwina make us poor or rich? Eh. Do you try to time a bottom for FTD period calls up to a week or so in advance? Or do you just try to get a good price closer to the period? I just try to get a good price closer to the period. I'm going to buy them 2 weeks out. It's a waste. Upstart November 18, 40s, too far out of the money? A little bit. I mean, you'll need a lot of volatility. Welcome back, Batbones. Glad to see you're alive also. When's RC ever tweeted bullish GME news? God, this is just the worst range to stagnate in. How are the straddles I sold you doing? I didn't buy any straddles. Got a straddle from last night, but I closed half of it. What's the best grip to catch a falling knife? You want to try to get it in between the fingers. I sold that to you? Then you lost $42,000. Good job. We could talk about Ghirardelli ice cream. I didn't know Ghirardelli made ice cream. Do you think Morningstar will downgrade ratings on stocks soon? Probably. Would you buy Jimmy calls dated longer than October 28th for ETF FTDs? No. I also probably wouldn't buy them till like October 7th or 8th. Yeah, the volume across the entire market right now is fucking abysmal. Why are they diamond handing? Well, they can exercise. Lawrence of Arabia. And there's no pressure for them not to, right? You have any hobbies besides trading? Researching stocks? Sometimes I read the news about stocks, research them, watch speeches and videos about stocks. That's another hobby. You can't pet them. Boring. I just YOLO into any stock Gherk mentions. Most of the stocks I mentioned aren't ones I've picked out. They're just shit people bring up to me during the course of the day. You must be YOLO'd into a lot of crap. JPM is rolling off their JHEQX quarterly hedge. Yeah, the collar. Everyone and their mother is trying to front run them. 3580 is the key level. I know. But it doesn't roll off till tomorrow. Can you explain what it means that it's rolling off? It's like a collar is like an out of the money sold call, and an out of the money bought put. So, you know, they're making money off of the theta, but they're also making money off of the puts. So when they close those, and they close those out of the money puts, which the key level is at 3580, um, you know, it's a really big position move. It's huge. But closing them out tomorrow would be rolling them off. If the JPM roll follows the suit of the last four quarters, we should tank into tomorrow's close and form a new SPX low. Yeah. I'm buying puts tonight. But there should also be a rally at some point today when they start rolling down the. Well, I guess not rolling down, but, well, yeah, rolling down the covered calls. No, they're very likely to roll down. I mean, that limits the upside of any bounce, right? It's a huge position. It's not the only position in the market, but it's a big one. It has a lot of effect. How long do you think Apple can stay below VN? Usually like the kind of big breakouts from Vega neutral are on the push back above. So, you know, Apple came pretty close to breaking up above VN yesterday. And then everything got stuffed overnight. I think if we'd gotten some continued price action, it would have picked up, but we didn't. Could the rally to 3660 today have been the rally you were waiting for? No, it'd be bigger than that. This was on like very little volume. Or does losing money on stocks equate to paying taxes? I don't know. How long do you have on your calls? Are you talking about the other side of your Straddle OG rules? Aren't those for like didn't you say those were for like for the 14th or something? Today's volume on the 3580 puts is only 7K on 46K open interest. I agree. We should still see a rally today, then tank tomorrow when the roll finalizes. Yeah. And then we bounce super hard. Because of all the other fucking puts from everyone trying to front run them. For the 7th, but they're down now to make me even on the whole trade. 7th isn't as good. What was the strike? Thanks, Gordon Ramsay, Michelin Star Bear. That happens every once in a while. Why does JPM make it known when they're moving out of a position? I think it's just known because of the size of the position. And it's like a core strategy. Oh, on GME? Back in like, are you talking about like back in January? That was weird. It wasn't just JPM. All of the big primes flipped like net long on GME during that period. Your thoughts on currencies crashing except US dollars? It's great if you want to go on vacation. USA #1. In theory, yeah, big ups today, big downs. Not big ups, but ups, like volumetric move to the upside today, then huge downs tomorrow, followed by recovery. The speed of which is going to be based on market participants' desire to drive prices higher, which is low to non-existent right now. But I mean, there will be shedding of massive amounts of hedging. It doesn't take a lot of the market moving up for people to get bullish. You guys were pretty bullish yesterday, right? Tootsie Roll, $33.88 stable coin. I mean, their business really isn't affected by macroeconomic conditions much, right? They just sell fucking Tootsie Rolls. Tootsie Rolls are cheap. It's not like people are going to buy fewer of them in a recession than they do now, which probably can't be very many. Why huge downs tomorrow? Usually when the puts close, the price gets slammed. Especially like we're talking about the JPM collar, but it usually marks like the lowest point of this like into a new rally period. Our boy Fuberto, congratulations on winning the first ever JD Power live streaming TV study award. That's a lot of words. Why did you short the VIX today if huge downs tomorrow? Just because there's huge downs tomorrow doesn't mean that the VIX is going to go much over 32. It's not huge downs. I mean, 3580 is not a gigantic drop from here. Also, my VIX puts are fairly far out, 3045 DTE. It's not the closing, is they shove them into the money and then close them. Yeah, it's pretty complicated and spread across multiple markets, but um yeah, they drive the puts into the money, then close them. JP Morgan's not gonna let their fucking puts close out of the money. All right, then you get all the theta from the calls, and you get all the premium from the puts. Apple calls? I mean, if you're buying enough time, you can buy today, you can buy tomorrow. Or for Apple calls. Hold off for the downs tomorrow. We may get a lower low. That doesn't mean Apple's going to be as adversely affected, right? Apple's already pretty low. Do you know any VIX leaps? No, not far out of the money. I have like a kind of speculative long VIX position outside of my hedge, but most of it's I've already closed most of it out. Buying puts at the end of the day today. Then what theta do you look for? Monday expiry? No, probably like next Friday, October 7th. You want to limit the overnight burn on theta when you're buying straddles overnight. I won't be buying a straddle tonight, though. I will just simply be buying puts. I already have plenty of calls. They start rolling the calls today, OG rules. So they start rolling off the calls and then they slam the price and close puts. But sold calls are negative gamma to the MMs. Or negative delta. So they're gonna buy back, right? They're gonna start, like, MMs will start buying as they roll the calls off. We'll see if we get volume. Where do you see GME closing tomorrow? It's just gonna depend on the market. We're very sensitive to market moves right now. But if the market moves up, we will too. If the market moves down, we will too. And the market's gonna be really volatile, probably into the end of today and tomorrow. Leap puts on the VIX when VIX is really high are great. Because you get a lot of time for the VIX to cool off. But long leaps on the VIX are ridiculous. Especially that far out of the money. Slam today to close puts. And if they slammed it today to close puts, they're not getting it in the range they need it. With short-term GME CCs risky right now, what about selling long-dated out-of-the-money CCs and actively managing them? November 1835s were $1.86 at close yesterday. Dropped by a third today. Seems safer. No. Yeah, you can. Like, if you don't want to sell near-the-money CCs because of the risk and volatility, you can sell them out of the money and just let theta grind down. We were talking about the JP Morgan, like, giant collar strategy. I don't know what that means, Surface Smurf. Gem 23 VIX, $23 puts or a dollar. They're also really far out of the money. I don't think there's enough buying calls at close on GME, eating theta decay overnight to sell them on a pop above VWAP in the morning is probably not the most profitable strategy, nor reliable. It's selling 25p for October 21 right now, regarded. Yeah, a little bit. Up late for the Centaur gathering last night. I'm just so fucking tired. I haven't slept like most of this week. There's no surefire way to trade this thing. Yeah, you really can't. That's why most of my positioning is like a little further out, because you can't guarantee anything from it. There's far too much market participation that surrounds it. It just generally has the same relative effect over multiple days. Girk started the stream at like 7:30 today. For those of us that were here at that time, predicted he'd fall asleep on stream. I mean, I'm still awake, but barely. Can you go back and look at the last 4 quarter expirations? Look at JF's. Oh, you're telling them. Roll the Upstart calls to December 16th, strike of 37.50 or 40. They're between 87 to $1 a contract. Not bad. Which ones? I'm rolling mine to November. I'm not rolling them to December. I already have December calls on Upstart. What's up, Corazon? Still bullish on Fubo and Rev? Yeah. That's not happening ever. Team Hippopotamus. Rude. Not really. So Ghost JPM on the quarterlies? Yeah, you just sell your own multi-billion dollar collar. Classic JPM. Think about SPX overnight call. I have calls on SPX already. I'll be buying puts at close tonight. I think I have more than enough upside exposure at this point after all the fucking straddles that I've left hanging over the week. Hang on, just pulling a couple billion out of the couch cushions. Nice. Rev to the moon. I'm pretty sure Revlon's trading at 5. Well. I love looking at intraday price action on Revlon. Look at all 100,000 shares it's traded today. You bought Straddle at close yesterday. I see we bought 1-to-1 dollar-wise put to call. Then today at open, you let longer dated calls ride, closed your put side. Yes. Yeah, all profit. The put side was very good today. I didn't get stopped out till basically the bottom of the drop. And I got most of my contracts stopped out on my limit, and then the rest stopped out on the next little bump. I was like back here. All right, I'll see you in a bit, JC. Do you know offhand where the past dates where the JPM collar has expired? Quarterly options. So after the end of the month after quad witching. I love how you just said that SPX support looks solid and then it fell right through it. Top 5 Naruto characters. I've never watched it. Jesus. All the way fucking back down. I could be able to buy calls at close tonight. It'd be so fucking expensive. Hmm. The market might die tomorrow. No, probably not. The whole Jimmy, Bobby, Rev, Avia. That's a bunch, Gherk. JK, I'm 33, it's on me. Not joking about the stock. I also have iLag because I wanted HKD moolah. I don't think those are the same. Speaking of Rev, do we know if Streams Crossing is a nothing burger or a something sandwich? Apologies for the duplicate question. I mean, it's a leading indicator. About the JPM sell-off, why aren't we assuming that today's market dump isn't just that, and everyone trying to play free money puts for tomorrow? It's just going to get burned on a hard recovery. Because they exercise them? They exercise the put side. They roll off the call side, then exercise the put side. Everyone trying to play free money puts for tomorrow is just going to get burned. But that's why you don't just play puts, right? Strong supported 36.19. I wouldn't call it strong, but there's some support at 36.19. But really, how are you so sure? I mean, what do you mean? Yeah, moderate support. There's no certainty. That's why I'm playing both sides of it. Dude, Apple's down 6% today. It was up yesterday. If the market moves back up, it'll go up again. I'm just building a long position. I don't care what fucking Apple does today. I have November calls. Give a flying fuck. I'm looking to start a position in O over the next 2 years. What price points would you look for? The bottom? Stupid comments. So that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to buy puts at market open at a 30% skew. That seems like a great fucking idea. Are there statistics on retail's returns pre and post internet? Oh, I have no idea. Seemed like buy and hold versus active trading. Because there's lots of information on that. You had to call someone while smoking a cigarette to execute. Hmm. PNC. Ability. How's Jimmy down 10% today? 10%'s $2. The market's down 269 BPS. That's how. What's the next SPY resistance? To the downside? For SPY? Do I have it open here? Hold on. 358. Are you buying up index calls on these dips or waiting for more stability? If this dips a little lower, I'm probably gonna buy some 3650s for the 14th. I'm seeing if they're gonna hit my limit buy, which is a bit out of the money. I know you mentioned, but just to note it down on my calendar, Fubo bankruptcy is the 13th, but there is also a hearing for the rev listing. No, the listing date is the 13th for the delisting hearing. And then the bankruptcy hearing's like the 24th, I believe. Although they just had one the other day that was pushed out. One of the debtors pushed it out. I don't know what date that got set for. I think you missed it, Ko-Fi. No. The question about the index calls? I answered that. You said Fubo earlier, you meant Rev. Oh, maybe. I have no idea. I'm super tired. Revlon has a bankruptcy here. No, Fubo's not doing bankruptcy. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Do you provide any concerns you may have on the Rev bankruptcy situation not panning out? No. I don't have more money invested in Rev than I can afford to lose. I don't care what happens. That's why I asked about Fubo earlier. That's why I marked it as a Fubo question. Sorry. So it's Rev. Okay. Yeah, Rev is going bankrupt. No, Jesus Christ. Do you have any strats in the country club that is a good read on gaining capital with smaller accounts? No? Paper trade. Figure it out. There's no one strategy that's going to work all the time. That doesn't exist. The next support for SPX, 39.88.22. Or 35.88.22, sorry. People want static answers for a dynamic market. Yeah, I see that a lot. Do you think that all of those in the money puts on Rev for tomorrow will be exercised? I wonder if I will get a boat of shares. Which was the $7 ones that are expiring tomorrow? Probably. But any effect from those being closed will be next week, right? What are basis points? Why not say percentage? Because you use basis points are percentage. They're a smaller unit. Fake Carl, where? No, that's a real Carl. It's just a different Carl. Yeah, there's been a second Carl for like a year. They'll likely be exercised. But the expiration of them is really good. At least for potential upside on Revlon. They're currently quite the hurdle to cross. A lot of them are sold, though. Basis points are like when moms talk about their babies being 72 months old or whatever. No. That's the fucking worst. Basis points are a faster way of describing a smaller percent change than 1%. You could be like, the SPY moved down 73 points, or you could be like, the SPY moved down 0.73%. Also, 6 years old isn't a baby, but is it more like moms referring to their 30-year-old son as 378 months old? It's pronounced bips. You can say that. I think it's also like a carryover in trading from, when stocks traded in fractional units, like stock pricing was fractionalized, and orders were called out instead of being digitally transacted. Beep boop. What's up, Yuri? When economy fix the economy 2025 ish fixed, like fully back to normal mid 2025. Gaff was here earlier. Just cut down on the partying, popcorn trader. I don't know if I could cut down any harder on the partying at this point. Where's Doric? Oh, 1 second. I gotta. Hello? Who the fuck is at my door? 1 second. I'll be right back. Jesus fucking Christ. Meta announced hiring freeze. Huh. No, it's my building management. They're informing me on repairs that they're doing to my floor. Ask them if they could make the wall between my apartment and the other one infinitely thicker. Yeah, repairs. I was pretty sure that they'd never done any since I moved in. Your GME floor. Like I'm 90% sure that the work guys that come and do these quote unquote repairs that they've been doing for like 6 months now just come to the building and drink beer in the fucking hallways and fart around all day. I've never seen them with a tool or any other type of like material or construction device. Yeah, I mean it's cool for them. I don't care, but I don't know why they have to come to my apartment and bullshit me about repairs that they're never actually gonna fucking do. Union work? Yeah, they are. Can confirm that's how we roll. If you look at the SPX on the 30-minute, you can see it's forming a bottom broadening wedge. Yes. Because of the lower lows. Two of them today. Boop and boop. Why don't they just slip a paper under your door instead of knocking? Uh, I don't know. I feel like some people at the buildings management are informed that my lease is significantly cheaper than my neighbors and they don't talk to me at all. I think the other ones treat me like I'm paying the same amount of money that my neighbors are paying, which I'm not. And so there's a juxtaposition in the levels of service I receive. Would you consider this to be a good time to enter large Fubo position? Or do you think we might see the same lows around a month ago? I can't decide between that or just adding to GME. Hmm. It's a tough choice. I mean, Fubo's a little more unproven, but I think they have a lot of potential. GME, is fairly sound at these price levels. I would do your research before going just balls deep on Fubo. They're not without any problems. Like they're not a perfect company for $3. They just have I think they have a lot of potential. Well, thank you, John Timberlake Crisp. There was the one thing I wanted today. I wanted to use juxtaposed correctly. Or they could have YOLO'd it into options and lost it all. Man, today is one of the most boring fucking days I've ever seen in the market. Would looking at any of EMAs help as well? You're on the... What time frame are you scalping on? Like the 5 or the 1? That's true, Purple Hulk. Fubo board should be buying it up here, though. When filings. I mean, the CEO last bought in the high $2 range. Just beat out yesterday for the honors, right? Day's about to get exciting if the SPY fails 360. I mean, not really. It'll just drop to 359. Are you still bullish on Rev? Yeah. This day is so boring, I'm actually getting work done. I mean, I feel like I should have a job today. Like a real job. Like I would be doing something more useful today. And the worst part is today I didn't even make like bad money. Like the Straddle from yesterday printed really hard, but at the same time, like, is that it? I don't know. It's weird sometimes with the stream because like I keep streaming, but I would have been done with my trading day hours ago. I wonder how many positions I've entered simply because I'm still sitting here that I never would have entered otherwise. How do I define that? Take it back. Well, I wonder, like, is it successful? Like, changing my trading strategy has been really good. At least this year. Like, moving from intraday day trading to swing trading has been great for my portfolio. Especially when we hit the bear market. But what about, like, the positions I've bought simply because I'm bored? Worse yet, what about the positions I forgot that I owned in WeBull? There have been more than one of them. Which is great if it's stock and it's going up, but it's terrible if it's fucking options. I gotta go become indebted for life. Can you knock on my door if Rev does the thing? Of course, man. Did you ever find your wheat calls? Yeah. What about them? I think I found all of them. What was weird is I had a bunch of them in Fidelity, and I have no idea why I bought them in there. You lost them? That's why I asked. Oh yeah, they were in my Fidelity account. I'm just not entirely sure why I would ever use my Fidelity account to buy an option. Maybe it was because I planned on holding them for a long time, but I have no idea the thought that went through my head when I did that. Yeah, I know where my Palantir shares are. Palantir was having a good day today. It was doing a negative beta. It's gone now, but earlier it was doing one. What's wrong with Fidelity? I don't like trading options on Fidelity very much. I don't mind selling like covered calls on there, but anything more than that is generally pretty irritating. Apparently Secure is okay. Buy some 0 DTE SPX calls for YOLO. Spice up the stream. I already did that, and I'm down $5,000 on them. Have you made money off people's suggestions on the chat? Like a recommended ticker to look at, and that you then entered a profitable position? A couple times, yeah. Do it again? I'm over leveraged. Hashtag hobo or Lambo. All right. Can find it. Ugh. How come you don't play the bear song? It's depressing. Hold on, what the fuck was that? There we go.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
Wrongly rightish. Was the JPM collar already rolled today? Supposedly at 10:26 Eastern. I don't think so. Generally, they roll the calls off first. Pigeonwheel Ko-Fi Challenge? I bet I win. I'm not getting involved in that. That's like that's between you and Bidhead and John Wilkes Booth. Sell 45,000 contracts of December 31st, 450 calls at a delta of 34. Buy 45,000 contracts of the December 31st, 4135 puts at a delta of 30. Sell 45,000 of the December 31, 3480 puts at a delta of 7. Interesting. Maybe. It's big enough. When did the orders come in? I'll have to look at closing OI to see if it got moved. 4505, 4135, 3480. Yeah, I'll have to look at OI after tomorrow morning. If it is rolled already, that's bullish as fuck. That's kind of cool. Plumber poopy hands. I've been researching my lineage and I found out one of my great grandfathers was the first Hispanic in the U.S. Army to be promoted to brigadier general. Neat. More VOP, it's working. We break 3635. That's really nice for my 3650 calls. Not so great for my 3680 zero DTEs. Did I buy too many of them? Nah. Catalyst for what? The bear song's not a catalyst to the fucking market crashing. You want me to play it? I'll play. I don't give a shit. Where is it?
I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I'd like. I can be
Gen 90C is down 30%. I mean, 90 is a bit far out of the money, and you're slightly above gamma neutral, but I mean, like, yeah, I don't know if 90Cs are going to print on anything besides volatility. If only Jimmy could crawl back to VWAP. Well, VWAP's pretty fucking, like, a pretty low target. Upstart got rejected on VWAP. Thanks, Spillstrab. Audio of this to the stream cut off during the bear song. No, it didn't. Did I stop the song? Okay, maybe I did. Oh, whatever. Who cares? It's too depressing anyway. We're all better off. It was a bear trap. DIWN 65% on Rev. Dune? Rev Jan 23, $14 call? Just hold till further dated options chain opens. The further dated chain's already open. Doesn't Revlon have like 2025 calls? When markets are shielding us from the FUD of the bear song. Thanks, Builder Bob. Can you add a centaur tier to your members? I'm not a fucking centaur. Dear God. That's what a centaur would say. I know that was the groomer knocking on the door to groom your hooves. Spy hitting 52-week lows and Jamie holding 25. Yeah, it's not bad, right? Like, could be worse. A farrier? Do centaurs need horseshoes? You tell us. I'm gonna have some of my fine Belgian chocolates. Do you guys ever just go out and buy yourselves chocolates? You should. I got this one, but it wasn't very good. White chocolate mousse. Ooh. Pistachio mignon. That's decent. Ooh, this one's white chocolate ganache with yuzu, lemon, and a dash of bergamot. That's gonna taste like cologne, isn't it? I don't want that. Hmm. Can you show us where we are on the olive map? Oh, yeah. Where is it? We're so close. Do you love cardamom? If it's used properly. Would long dated calls be considered pretty risky now? Isn't Cat super exposed to the overall market? Yes. However, Cat is also undervalued and generates tons of revenue despite terrible economic conditions. Fuck is the olive chart? Just people trying to simplify things. We're most likely going to see a rotation from growth to value. Good for Cat. Yeah. Although first people have to start buying stocks, which isn't really a popular thing to do right now. It represents the period of likely put capitulation from when the point where bears are strongest to where their positions begin to weaken. We're breaking into the orange part of it, which means bears are gonna be struggling a bit soon to maintain their positions as theta eats into them. What can't you sell? Hmm. Ooh. God, I wish they'd just crash the fucking market. It would have been so much better. Theta's eating your viewership. Less than 1,000 people watching. I wouldn't fucking watch this all day either. It was boring as fuck. It's not even that interesting if you're a bear. I mean, I guess. It's pretty flat after the drop this morning. What are you talking about? You're eating? Since the market is down, how come the shorts aren't trying to cover Upstart? Upstart's at like 52-week lows. But given that it's on Reg Show, I wouldn't want to obviously cover it right now either. I'm sure they're trying to cover to some degree. What's this one? Pecan Bonbon? Ooh. Nope, that's not good. Thanks, Diamond Dicky Dan, for throwing your bear profits at me. See, I'm okay. I'm flexible. You know, I'll be a bear. I'll be a bull. Just give me one or the other. This sucks. A nice bearish move this morning, and then nothing. Yeah, really low volume generally means really low FTDs. But we probably have a nice fat chunk of FTDs from after the 16th of August. My SQQQ calls are quite bullish all day, sir. Will VIX hit 35 next week? Seems promising. Probably not. Based on the VIX JPM collar, can you explain what price action you expect this afternoon, Friday, and next week? I have to confirm it's been rolled, but it sounds like it has. If that's the case, we've already made our low. And if they're done, it usually means quite a lot of upside. However, I worry that so much money went into ghosting it that the put weight is going to remain pretty elevated through tomorrow. If it's rolled, we're mooning. Yeah, but it's a question of when we're mooning, right? I mean, I don't care. Most of my calls are pretty far dated, but it would be nice to time it with some shorter dated calls. So yeah, it'd be really nice to see like the hedge and opening OI tomorrow. Also, the range of the move is important because it's definitely going to disrupt like the gamma flip point and the hedge on the SPX. Well, it's not just the collar that moves the market, right? It's the insane amount of trading that goes on around the collar. I have seen the OI bump in Rev 35s. They got cheaper. What's the latest they can roll out those calls on SPX? Tomorrow, but it sounds like they've done it today. I'm gonna have to like obviously confirm it, and I won't have OI till the morning. I don't like only having one side on the SPX. You can buy more puts at close. Everyone, please don't sell. Buy the dip. On what? Oh shit, your message made me sell. Using your original PT, shifted down $5-6. Yeah, call options on AMD are still really bullish. I like it. What's Gamma Max for today? That just can't be accurate. DN and GN are turning down. Hmm. AMD tested Gamma Max there. I don't know. AMD, it could move to 90. I don't think so. I think 80 and 85 are much safer bets. But yeah, shifted down is probably a good place to be. What do you think of Jan calls and Jamie right now? I want exposure there in case Jamie moves with the market rally. I mean, they're cheap, right? Or one thing could be said about GME leaps right now is they're cheap as fuck. Like 30s or 300. Kind of Delta exposed, but very cheap. Hmm. Ooh, Upstart broke VWAP. After dropping 8%. Tell me not to average down my 1021 GME 35C that are down 75%. Do whatever you want, Herba. Leaps are specific contracts. They're the December, January, and June expirations. They're a product. What swaps cycle? I was gonna ask why Upstart was doing so well, and then you zoomed out. Nope. There is no 69-day swap cycle. I wonder how JFresh feels that his DD's been repurposed to fuel speculative bullshit. He loves it? Probably. Like, I gotta stop eating fucking pretzels. Pretzels are delicious. They're also dry and salty. No, they're not Wetzel's pretzels. Orange New York license plate or white? Yellow? The yellow and blue? There's no orange. Is there an orange New York license plate? Like 50 years ago. Buying Jimmy 1021 2750 30C end of day today, looking to sell on a bounce of closed puts upside tomorrow. A real play or DGen gambling? DGen gambling. The puts close tomorrow, not today. So you're buying them for next week? Why don't you just buy them tomorrow instead of eating the theta overnight? Dude, you need to get out. What the fuck are you talking about? There's the current license plate in New York is yellow and blue. It's not fucking orange. It's like taxi cab yellow. It's fucking ugly. I liked the red and white ones from back in the day. What's the plan to straddle the calls? I'm just gonna buy more puts on SPX at close. Are they going back to white again? Thank God. I think commercial plates are orange. Or orangish. More orange. Yeah, cat tends to move up really quick when it starts to move. You had that like dark yellow and blue. That's what I have. I don't have to change it, right? I liked my California plate better. It was black and yellow. Any significant rev updates or thoughts? They filed an 8K last night for new interim CAO, and then one of their court dates got pushed out, adjourned. I'm not sure when it got adjourned till, but I know it got adjourned. What are you, 70? No, they have them now. You can get them. I know you don't like SoFi, but at this price, it's a steal. Is it? I don't know if it's a steal or if it's just lower than it previously was. Hmm. Vanguard and SoftBank bought more? Maybe. What's the... What did it hit back here? Also 480? You know what? Not a terrible price. They're doing a little better. I wonder how bad the student loan forgiveness is for them. Yeah, but the forgiveness can't be good, right? Like, at least initially. Thoughts on zero DTE spy puts for tomorrow? Um, you could. Debt forgiveness already priced in. I wonder if they could take advantage of that situation. Consolidation or refinancing? Maybe. How far out are you playing puts? I'll probably buy them for like the 7th. Yeah, 7th. I want to see how much it climbs into close. This looks kind of good. This is bullish as fuck. Everything funded open and close. I swear to God. I mean, yeah, that's generally how the market works. I'm not. I mean, I used to only trade like the first couple hours of the day, and then sometimes I'd come back towards close. But in a bull market, you know, there's stuff to do all day. Now, right now, it's getting pretty dull throughout the midday crunch. We're talking SoFi. They're much less impacted by student loans now. Broad and base of business. CEO has been a huge proponent of loan forgiveness. I wonder with the moratorium on student loans off, if like they're gonna see a lot of refinancing or consolidation business. Video diary of your adventure and learning how to juggle. I don't want to learn how to juggle. Is this going to be my last chance to buy more Apple calls? 145? Ooh, I want to. I didn't play the Cenas song. Nothing happened for Cenas. It was boring. Absolutely not, Lawrence of Arabia. I wouldn't juggle pickles. That sounds like a mess. I was wondering if somebody could unban my Discord account, The Crusher. Sending out spam, I have it fixed now. By the way, I've been off for a while. Are we on Rev? Goddamn. Son of a bitch. I still own it. It's right there. Let me see. That's what happens. You get your Discord account hacked and then it starts spamming shit. I already unbanned you, man. You're good. Full porting into a straddle overnight again? I'm not full porting into one. Jesus. I'm gonna buy some puts before close. I don't think I'm gonna buy any calls though. I think I have more than enough calls in this range. So now it's just overnight hedging my long position. Strangle, actually. Yeah, I'm strangling overnight. We've moved from straddle to strangle. Better APY than other banks is a big draw. Yeah, it is a big draw. How strong is the 3600 support on SPX? Sorry, I've been gone for a few weeks. I mean, we haven't tested it yet, but I'd imagine it's fairly strong. Ooh. Minis are moving up. PCE inflation tomorrow morning? I believe so. PCE, well, price index. Yeah, tomorrow. Personal spending's kind of a bigger deal, but personal spending and personal income tomorrow morning. Then Barkin speaks, then PCE. Well, Barkin speaks and PCE index all before open. That's why I'm buying puts overnight. Mystic Ko-Fi. Thoughts on dollar milkshake theory? Hmm. Like its effect now or over time? I mean, obviously we're seeing a strong effect of that, but I don't think a strong dollar is necessarily great for our current economy. If our economy, changed over the next 5 to 10 years drastically and more manufacturing was brought stateside, it would be very good for us into the future. Hmm. Wonder. I mean, I guess we're seeing the fallout in like Japan and Britain. Um, China. The euro's way down too. I mean, the rising dollar is definitely sucking liquidity out of the markets. Hmm. I wonder how applicable it is now though with the Fed moving into like an aggressive rate, you know? Like yeah, sure. I think the dollar milkshake theory held when we saw the Fed kind of doubling down on their dovish stance, which put us in the fucking position we're in now. But with them moving into the aggressive rate, I wonder. I don't know. I think we'll see the shedding of U.S. Treasuries, which will keep the dollar in check to some degree. Are you willing, GME, to climb onto the screen? It's well, it was trying. To trade e-minis? I think it's I don't know what it is on TD Ameritrade. I don't use it. It's usually like ES or /ES, something like that, or ES1. We'd have to be manufacturing something they couldn't elsewhere for a strong dollar to be good in that situation. Yeah. Yeah, I understand. We can't just produce more expensive versions of the same shit. But I mean that's part of pulling pulling back manufacturing is gonna, you know, slowly increase your demand, which lowers your prices. But we'd have to pull, yeah, we'd have to pull demand from other large manufacturing countries. And we've mostly left that behind. And also, I can't see many Americans wanting to work in manufacturing nowadays. Tankerific. I mean, you can trade spreads on SPX. Those are generally fairly reliable. Manufacturing is better than being a professionally terrible juggler. I can juggle stock positions. But Girk, that lady from the Fed meeting says the facilities are so clean you can eat off of them. The floors are so clean you can eat off of them. And you need to because they couldn't afford to buy their employees a lunch table. SPX 3660 end of day? Man, that's asking for a lot. Oh, Ron Wild got burned, and then Pyro Holdler got timed out. What percent of your rev play is a degen gamble? 100%. 100% of the rev play is a degenerate gamble. Rally canceled or postponed? Man, that's the second time that you've sent a message right before a giant candle in the opposite direction of the thing you're describing. Driver, you're my new indicator. How are you feeling right now? Are you feeling super bullish? Keep doing it. Keep asking about the drop. Can you go over how to set up the Rev 35 returns for the options calculator? It's just a long call. And then it'll give you a chart. Have we seen many more puts fall off the chain and calls enter on the SPY yet? We started to today. God knows how many of them got shed on the drop to 36.10. Yeah, we're starting to slowly see more and more strikes flip like gamma positive, but it's taking a lot of time. It's a grind. With the JPM collar flipping, that could be really bullish, but we'll see. Because the people trying to ghost the JPM collar are going to start closing their put positions, right? Thoughts on how ASC 8040, 8042 operating lease accounting will affect valuations? Operating leases are now all recorded as an asset and liability instead of just hitting the P&L. Better visibility? I like it. I think so. I think it gives you a better assessment of valuation. I mean, only when evaluating someone with lots of outstanding leases, but could be good for like GME, which is kind of asset light and would be end up, a little more asset heavy, but also add some to their liabilities. How dumb would it be to hold SPX calls overnight? What strike? What date of expiration? Today's my birthday. I haven't blown out the candles yet, so I haven't been able to make my wish yet. But you can bet your sweet ass that it'll involve you and a lack of upper body apparel. God damn it, Taryn. Don't make me take my shirt off for your birthday. How dumb would it be to hold SPX calls overnight? Wait, okay. I'm still waiting on the answer to that. Or the rest of the answer to that. Happy birthday, Taryn. Or should I say Dan for hire? We're trying to sneak out of their Dan hood. Yeah. Let's see what's going on here. Like, I'm gonna forget you were a Dan. Oh, shit, look at that. Well, it's less fun when you're not super zoomed in. But it's still nice. Spy, he's our guy. I'm seeing more and more people whose TA analysis I respect calling this as a low and 425 next. A lot of people are calling for a major rally before year end to test new SPY highs. Do you see any possibility of this? The high test? No. I think we could get a rally. 425 seems fucking super excessive. But I could see us maybe hitting, if we got a big rally and solid Q3 earnings out of the mega caps, like one last round of good earnings, I could see us maybe hitting like 410, 411. We're really fucking far from there right now. Watch cat on the one tick. Ew. Shirts off for Terran's green candle. Could the bankruptcy be pushed back by a play that Rev knows the squeeze is coming so they can issue shares once it does? I'm sure if they think they can, they will try. It's almost a necessity at this point. No way high test. Won't even test our most recent highs. The only way I see that happening is if the Fed... God, the Fed's got to go with... They would have to go with... No. You know what they'd have to do? They'd have to hit solid Q3 earnings, go with like a 1.0 hike, right? We get burned again, back into like the 30-80s. And then everyone gets super fucking bullish into end of year for like a 0.25 or a 0.5 hike. Or the Fed announces that they're going to start pulling back earlier in the first half of next year. I mean, if they really want to affect soft landing, they've got to know that valuations and projections are going to drop in Q4, right? So the best way to mitigate that would be to start pulling back rates as companies lower projections. That's what I would do, at least. But I'm not the Fed chair, no matter how overqualified. I don't think Rev's gonna... Well, they are bankrupt. They got the loan to facilitate the bankruptcy. You should be the Fed chair. That would be awesome. Only for me. I would immediately decide that Fed presidents owning stocks is totally ethical. And I see no reason for us not to. And then I would follow it up by just having a lot of fun with the markets. Docu increasing prices from 500 a year to 2K a year. Sounds like Docu's going to be making a lot more fucking money. Bullish. They're creating quite the moat, you know. That's a bit of an excessive rate hike, but I don't know if they'll lose a lot of business because of it. The companies that need them need them. You know, if you have a small business or something and you can get by without using their services, I kind of understand it, but that's not the case for everyone. And they're you know, they're at the forefront of, you know, using digital signatures across several industries, right? And ensuring that the legislation is in place for their business. Like, I don't think they're going to have a competitor into the future. Not a legitimate one. Because I mean, after they get, you know, through the bureaucratic hurdles, they're gonna set up roadblocks behind them. Yeah, that sounds like maybe this is the time to buy into Docu after they take like the short-term negative sentiment hit from raising prices. Might be a good opportunity to get in Docu long term. Honestly, like if it had hit 40 at any point this year, I'd already have a long position. It's the cloud security, and they're moving into like blockchain signatures in to replace notaries, which is huge. I mean, it fucks notary publics over all over the country, but we don't care about them, right? We can't spend our time worrying about the mom and pop notary that's going under. Sorry, Angel Crusher. Outputs on notaries? Breaking news, guys. LeBron is buying a pickleball team. He's gonna rename them the Gherks. Oh, Jesus. Please tell me that's not true. The first half is true. The second half I made up. Oh, okay. I can live with that. The state of California Department of Healthcare is switching from wet signatures to exclusively using Docu for signed paperwork. Source: family members and employee. Hmm. It's a lot of signatures every year. Paid for in blood. Anything on Jamie? Not really. What drop? I don't think there's gonna be necessarily a drop. If JPM moved their collar, it's done. It gets way more bullish from here. You know what I need to do? I need to fucking vacuum in here. Why isn't my Roomba cleaning my floor? There's crumbs right there. That's fucking disgusting. I can't work like this. Upstart about to squart. Not today. I didn't. I rebought the mopping one. You're saying JPM is rolling tomorrow? Someone said that the like options volume for the new collar already came in. So if they're repositioning the collar already and they're not holding it into expiration, then it's quite bullish. So I'm gonna buy puts to hedge overnight, just in case, and I'll check OI in the morning. I mean, that's all I can do. I can't check the OI tonight. I mean, I can, but it's not necessarily accurate. It went to what went to commercials? I didn't play any commercials. Just fucking rewind the stream. It's a JP Morgan hedged equity fund. And it looks like they did roll it today. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like it's rolled up. I want to confirm it in the OI, or at least confirm that they closed their initial collar before rolling up. But yeah, it looks like it's done. No, good. That's good. Is this backtestable? Yeah. It's already, the backtesting's already been done. It causes before it's rolled, there's generally a very large drop in the market where we find kind of a new bottom. And a lot of its effect is due to the illiquidity in the market right now. In a more liquid market, it wouldn't be as noticeable, but it causes a large drop into the roll, and then the roll, once it's rolled, generally the market springs back up. Mostly because it's not because of the position itself so much as it is all the people tracking the position and ghosting it. So counter leveraging it for their own purposes, right? So it takes, this like big, like $3 to $5 billion collar position, and then you're adding, people speculating another 10 billion on it. No, I mean, there's still some sus. There's still a lot of put weight. So I'm still buying some puts into close tonight. It moves the range the SPY trades at to a lower high. Yeah. Do you have a clue as to what the collar levels are? I'm looking at the OI data here, and the volume in OI data. But this is intraday, so don't quote me on it. But it looks like December 31st, 4505 calls. Uh, December 31st, 4135 puts. And December 31st, 3480 puts. $34.80 to $45.05, not $4.005, $4.505. But they're betting on the range of 31.35 to 34.80. It's a collar. So it's like a protective put and a covered call. It reduces the risk of large losses. It hedges. Well, it's when you're long something, but you have substantial unrealized gains, right? So you're bullish on the long-term position, like their futures and SPX positions, but they're not so certain about the near-term positioning, right? And so you're locking in the potential loss on that position. So they're saying our max loss is 3408, right? Or 3480. Does that make sense? And then they're selling the calls at 4505. Okay. And if it okay. So what you're saying is buy 4135 puts for December, no need to hedge, sure thing. No. But I just kind of talked about how like 411 4100 was kind of the top where I saw the market bouncing to. JP Morgan agrees, but plus $35. It's been out there for a lot longer than a month. There were people calling for 3,400 back in like early December. Anytime there's a prediction in the market, there's... How do you view that information? You can look at time and sales on SPX. Any prediction on the market's been preceded by the same prediction, usually. I mean, like, even Burry wasn't the first one to predict the fault in, like, mortgage-backed securities. It was, like, some economist from India who was going on about it, like, years before Burry even started digging into it. We aren't friends anymore, No, I've heard 33 and 3,000 a lot all year though. I mean, there were who was it? The chief of fund strategy at fucking Red. Oh, fuck are they called? No, not fund strategy. Red something was talking like 34.20 for the SPY by end of year with continuous Fed rate increases. It's been, I mean, every number between 4,000 and 3,000, some have even called for 2,800, has been called at some point this year. This guy's job is to get up on CNBC or Twitter and make their prediction. Because if they don't predict something, then who's gonna buy their fucking calls, right? Same like me selling my calls on Craigslist. I think I do a decent job of sorting through the shillers and truth tellers. I can't remember the exact case, but it was well reasoned. I saw one that was breaking down the effect of Fed rate increases each month and how much they pulled down on the market, and then evaluating like a median drop per rate increase or like per point in rate increase. That was interesting. But I think his target for like an aggressive rate was 3150, which is really low. Pong, welcome back to Pigeon Whale, I guess, or renewed. Whatever, you're getting a song, man. Thank you so much, dude. Oh, the market's closed. Ding ding. It's done.
Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Jimmy broke VWAP right at close. Remember, still careful with your distance on those GME covered calls. We're very sensitive to rises in the market. If the market does rise drastically, we can move up quite a bit. So make sure you have a lot of space, or at least give yourself some room to buy back and time. You're all good, Danorama. Quite a bit to Gamma Max. Oh, I mean, yeah, there's a ton of space between here and Gamma Max. Also, I wouldn't be afraid of selling calls above Gamma Max. It's just they're not worth anything. So what's the point? All right, guys. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate! Hydrate! Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.